Nickel over magnesium.
Yes. I remember you were the one who knows most about what we did.
That's true.
So it's not that you relate to them.
Welcome. My name is Orri Vésteinsson, and I'm responsible for the Sticks and Stones research project, which is coming to an end. And when we got funded by Arnis almost 4 years ago, we promised to have a final symposium, and this is where we are at to tell you about what we have found out, and we have invited more people. We have a distinguished advisory board, and many of the scholars on that board are here today to tell us about their research, which relates to what we've been thinking about within this project. So this is a project we are at the University of Iceland, and the project is a collaboration with the Institute of Archaeology, FSI, National Museums of Denmark and Greenland. It consisted of a PhD, Lísabet Guðmundsdóttir, who has submitted her thesis, and 2 papers are already out, and two more are accepted, and she will be the first up after I'm finished, and to tell you about her research on wood remains. And we had a postdoc, Sóveig Guðmundsdóttir Beck, who will then come after Lísabet and tell you about her research into stones. And the final component is Guðrún Alda Gísladóttir, who is in fact doing her own PhD, which is not formally a part of this project, but her role within our project was to study the artifacts, and she's going to be talking about that. Well, after we've finished this symposium today, and then later on we will have Lísabet's defense, of course, and but the final product will be an edited volume, which we are hoping that will come out of today's discussions and presentations. So hopefully a lot of exciting new results and thoughts and points of view will come out of this. Next one. And just very briefly to describe the questions behind this project. It is about resource utilization in Norse Greenland, and the idea comes out of of recent fieldwork in the last 10-15 years in the eastern settlement, where there have been several excavations into mid-end deposits in Igaliku 47, 171 and 172 Konrad's sites, where in all of these sites the same methodology has been used to retrieve animal bones and artifacts and in fact a lot of wood chips, and it is these large assemblages which got us thinking that we could examine all kinds of interesting questions that people have been thinking about in the context of Norse Greenland for a very long time, but haven't had the data to work out. So the questions that we formulated are in fact quite classic ones. The first one is simply how dependent were the Norse Greenlanders on imports. This is an old idea. It goes back to Konungsskuggsjá in the 13th century, which claims that the Norse Greenlanders were dependent on imports, that they needed wood and iron and grain to survive, and this is what you see in the literature quite a lot. That this idea that Norse Greenland was really needed that lifeline to Europe to survive. And to assess this archaeologically, we need to identify and quantify the actual imports that we find. Are we finding these imports in the archaeological deposits, and it's also a matter of identifying which resources were unavailable within Greenland, those that they simply could not have been without, things like metals, quite famously, and in that context, we should also then think about possible substitutes. So, what is a necessity? Did they need metals, or could they solve a scarcity of certain resources with some other ways? And a classic example would be that you can use steel-type pots instead of metal pots. And so, is that what they were doing or not? So that's one set of questions. The other set relates to procurement of resources within Greenland, because that's also something that people have been thinking about. It's one thing to say that there may be some resources in Greenland, but Greenland is a very large place, and so in fact it may not be a huge difference if you need to go 1,000 kilometers within Greenland rather than going to Europe to get something that you need. So that's another set of issues. So there may be local materials, but they may still have needed to go very far to get them. So there may be huge costs involved in obtaining such resources. So it's a matter of distances. Can we just quantify? Can we measure how far they needed to go to obtain these resources? But obviously that's also a matter of infrastructure and organization. How was it organized? If we want to really assess the costs involved. So these are the kinds of things we have been thinking about, and we have lots of interesting data and results, which you will be hearing about presently. So I think that's me done, and Lísabet is next up.
Yeah, hi, welcome today. So I am the sticks person of the Sticks and Stone project, which I'm really happy about. So I'm gonna give you a brief overview of what I have been doing and what I think is really interesting and good results, and I hope you agree with me on that one as well. So I just want to start with, this is basically the kind of the main research questions that I started out with, and it's divided into these 4 articles. But the main research question for the whole project is where did the wood used by the Norse Greenlanders originate? With of course the number of questions, which I will give you answers to at the end of this talk. But to understand where the wood originates, we have to understand the wood resources available to the Norse Greenlanders. And they can be divided into 3 categories, which is native woodland, import, and driftwood. And this is a very lovely driftwood in Nuuk, which I was really happy about. And this is an example of the native woodland in Greenland, for example. And I don't have a picture of it. So native woodland consists mostly of these taxa, which you can see in the table here. And most of them form what you would probably call shrubland. There's only one species that forms a forest, which is downy birch. But again, what we here in the North Atlantic consider as a forest is not maybe something that some of you would consider a forest. But the main characteristics of the native flora, it is rather, it's a small taxa, they are crooked, so they're not suitable for all the things that the Norse needed to do, for example, large constructions and boat building, for example. So they needed another resource, and that is driftwood. And these are the main driftwood taxa that arrive in the North Atlantic, both in Greenland and in Iceland, for example. And I added this photo of this driftwood here. This is, I was telling already about that one. Really nice driftwood that arrived in Iceland, almost 20 meters. So you can see how kind of robust and big this timber can be that arrive with sea. So the driftwood originates in the boreal forests in Siberia, Russia, and in North America, and are carried by ice and in ocean currents to the west coast of Greenland, where the Norse have obtained it. Then there is the imported wood, and basically this is just an example of the facts that are potentially imported, which I found in my research. And these are facts that do not grow naturally in Greenland, nor can be found in driftwood assemblage. But it's not such a simple question though. There is an overlap between the driftwood resource and the import. So, for example, Scots pine can either be import from Norway, for example, but it also arrives in driftwood assemblage. So, part of our research was as well, how can we estimate what is import and what is drift? And I will discuss that later. We also found North American import as well, which we're quite excited about. And again, but very little, and I will also tell you a little bit more about that later. So how are we going to do this? The method we used is basically we provenance the wood just through wood taxa analysis, which has been fairly successful in the North Atlantic, since we have quite few taxa that grow here naturally. And of course, it is still problematic. It's not as simple as just identifying and say, oh, this is import, this is driftwood, and so forth. But part of the project was as well to try to find solutions to that. And we don't have, I mean, it's still a bit problematic, and it's not like concrete, but we, at least by comparing it between both the assemblages that we have and the from other cultural groups in Greenland, I think we can have found a way kind of to estimate the amount of import and driftwood, for example. But at least we can create some sort of a baseline as well that can be further worked on with like more better provenancing methods. So in total, I analyzed 8,552 wood pieces from 5 sites. So one in Vestribygd, Korgen under Sandet, Goose, and 4 in Eystribygd. So Narsek settlement farm, in Gallico, the Episcopal Manor, Tassilikuluk, and Tatsibata, a medium-sized farms in Vatnahverfi. And the assemblage consists of artifacts as well as wood debris, which was from Tatsibata and Gallico. And the material from Goose consists also of building timber. And yeah, here you can see where the slides lead. So here are the results. So majority of the timber used in all those farms can be categorized as non-native conifers, which consist of large spruce and pine, mostly Scots pine. So at the medium-sized farms, the proportions of these non-native conifers are around 70%, and around 30% is native woodland. The proportions of conifers are higher in Guðs and Igaliku. And in Igaliku, the proportion of Scots pine is notably higher than at any of the other farms, which I interpret as influx of import coming in from Europe. And if you note the high proportion of native woodland here in Hatsibata, which is this here, it is because there I identified all the wood chips as well as like a lot of small twigs and branches. Yeah, we had a lot of fun dealing with that, me and Jette. And it is a lot, but it gave us some still quite interesting results in the end. But it does kind of change the proportion of it because in the other sites, except for Igaliku, that is just artifact assemblage. So you can see here the numbers. So I've taken out where the yellow is, then I've taken out the wood chips and the twigs, and so then the proportions are quite similar. But there is also far less native woodland being utilized in Igaliku than at any of the other sites, for example, which is most likely due to the size and nature of the sites and different needs. So need most likely for more robust timber, but also like they were a lot better off than any of the other farms. But furthermore, I would like to add where it was possible to divide the sites in two phases, so in Igaliku and Hatsibata, there is no indication of change through time. It remains very similar. So there's nothing drastic happening. So the phases is from 1000 to 1300 and 1300 to 1400. So it remains both the native woodland as well as the driftwood seems to remain a rather stable resource throughout the Norse period. And we also don't find any indication of shortage as well. Yeah, so here you can see so this is how it changes through phases here. And it seems like there is not a lot of change. So that is what I've interpreted, at least, that this is like this. That doesn't seem to be lack of drift, or they don't seem to be overusing the native woodland. It seems to be managing these resources quite sustainably. But as I've said previously, it's not possible to distinguish between, for example, spruce and large taxa, which in Greenland can potentially be imported from America, as well as Scots pine, which would arrive from Europe. So to establish a baseline for proportion of driftwood and the proportion of import, I compared the results with both other cultural groups in Greenland and the Smith Sound, and then I compared it with Iceland and also just for fun as well with Norway as well. And I think at least when you compare all of these cultural groups, the use of larch is similar throughout, and to some extent spruce as well, which is a bit higher in Guðs and the pre-Inuit and Inuit sites. And it indicates at least that these taxa arrived as drift rather than being imported. The pine, or the Scots pine, is somewhat problematic. It is far higher in Igaliku, as I said before, but similar in Eystribygd, in Norse, Hatsibata, and Ecology, while Guðs has similar proportion as the Inuit and pre-Inuit site. So part of the Scots pine could therefore be import at these sites as well, but it might also indicate or represent a different composition of driftwood, where they access the driftwood between the settlements. And that's just something that we need to look at it to get more into. Yeah, so this is the proportion here of Scots pine, and this is the proportion of Scots pine in Eystribygd, and this is far north. So perhaps some of this is also important, but that I don't know. yet. So what on earth did they do with all that material? So I divided, this is the proportion of so I divided the artifacts into just subgroups, just to get an idea what they were using the native woodland for, and then the driftwood and the import in the end. So the native woodland was mostly used, no surprise, for smaller artifacts, mostly pins and hacks. But then there is this massive amount of twigs and branches, which Konrad showed you 2 days ago when he was excavating it, which is could be insulation, for example, but some of it could also be just from use, for example, medicinal plant, for example, this food, this like crowberry branches in there, and blueberry, for example, and it also can be fodder for animals, leaf fodder, and juniper can also be used for smell, for example. So if the smell is really horrible inside, you take a juniper and light it and have it around your house, and then you get a really nice smell, for example. So, but the large part of it is used for these small pins and packs and nails. So the driftwood was in general used for larger objects, no surprise, and there's far more variety than within the native assemblage. And you also have these small pins and packs, of course, but it can be, it's kitchen utensils, it's toys, food preparation, textile production. So large variety of use, and boats and building timber. So I went through all of the boats as well, and it's all most of the planks, boat planks are large, for example, with smaller pieces and packs being made from spruce. And the building timber, which you can see here, is mostly spruce, and to a lesser extent, large Ingus, for example. And as you can see, the preservation is really good. And it's a wonderful material to work with. Imports. So the imported pine, as well as the other taxa, are predominantly noticeable at the high status sites. I'm going a bit back again. And most of the import, which is kind of concrete import, is found in Ecology. And I think it's mostly coming through as Scots pine, but we have very few pieces of oak, beech, and then the American taxa. And although it's very little, it is you can find it in both phases, so at least they seem to be going to America throughout the Norse settlement. So at least they had the means and the boats to do that. But it also indicates that only the high status sites, such as Gardar, had the means and most likely good enough transport, as I said, to travel over the Davis Strait and access this resource. And this is also supported by the written sources, at least in the 14th century. There is a source that there is a Markland ship that drifted, of course, and ended up in Iceland. And they also comment on how bad the boat was. Since I know you all really like graphs, so this is just to show the difference also between Norway and Iceland as well. Just very shortly, the Norwegian assemblage, which is from Borgund in Western Norway, is 70% of the assemblage is Scots pine, while in Greenland it is around 10% in Easterby, for example. So there's a massive difference, but also what is interesting, you see although there is a slight difference, it is contemporary samples, but you're seeing the same artifacts. You're seeing the same kind of assemblage happening in both places, which I thought was interesting. But there's also variety and differences. So this is just to show you kind of the distances that they needed to kind of get their wood from. So the driftwood is coming with the currents, and the import, probably most likely majority of it is coming through Norway, I think, most likely through Beck in the later period, but perhaps through Nidaros before. And then there is the sailing to America as well. So these are the main kind of wood resource area. But I want to focus a little bit kind of in the end here on driftwood and driftwood procurement. It is complicated. The situation in Greenland is different from Iceland. Here we have the driftwood beaches, but the landscape is different. You don't have these kind of a lot of these beach areas in the outer coast. It's so much skerries and so forth. So the acquisition has to be a little bit more different. And we're also trying to figure out where are the driftwood, where are the main driftwood areas? Where did they go to fetch it? So Norðurseta is the one location that is mentioned in the historical sources in regard to driftwood procurement. It has been argued that again, hunting was a communal effort, and going to Norðurseta and the seal hunting as well, and most likely organized by the high status farmer. And but what is stated in the Greenland Annal, Greenland's Annal, is that all wealthy farmers in Greenland had large ships and vessels built to send crews to the northern hunting grounds to pursue all kinds of hunting and procure and hew timber. And that is quite far up north there, we're in Disco Bay. So you can imagine if you live there in Eastwick, this is almost 1,000 kilometers just to get some driftwood. It's a really long way. So there must have been resource areas closer by. And if we look at but if we look at the description of Greenland by Ivar Barðarsson, which was a steward at the Episcopal See in the 14th century, it is stated that the Árósar Church owns all land between Pétursvík and Herjólfsnes, islands, inlands, and drift. And drift in this case can indicate driftwood, but it can also mean drifted whales. But it is close to the settlement, and it's not an unlikely area where driftwood could be found. So I think kind of this area here where I have marked in the map as kind of potential driftwood rich areas as well. And it is further supported by 18th and 19th century sources, mostly Danish, and they describe these so-called driftwood traps in South Greenland, and it's also described that the driftwood in South Greenland was far superior to the driftwood in the north. And they also there's also description in the driftwood traps on the outer coast of Nuuk, which is over there, but that's to be late on the coast. So it's very likely that there are far more of these traps, and they did not have to travel all the way to Norðurseta all of the time. But it's still quite long distances that you need to kind of travel to access it. And I would like to suggest that kind of the driftwood procurement was also a communal effort, just like the hunting. So we need to kind of put that into that perspective as well. So who owned and controlled the driftwood is another question that I've kind of thought about. So if we look to Iceland, Elie Pinta, he mapped out the driftwood owners' rights during the early 18th century. And as you can see, the institutions like Skálholt and Hólar, for example, Skálholt here and Hólar, the extensive ownership that they had of driftwood rights. So although this does not represent the Viking Age or the medieval times, we know from earlier written sources as well that during the 12th century or even earlier, they had already gained ownership of the driftwood rights. And it does indicate how valuable this resource was. And I think it's, and a similar pattern is indicated in Ivar Bárðarsson's descriptions. And he kind of describes all of the areas which is controlled or owned by the church and by the bishopry in Gardar. So I just made, this is just totally made up kind of lined map like Gísladóttir did, but this is perhaps something that we can work more on. And, but again, it's a lot more guesswork than here's done. But still, procurement and transport was challenging. So I want to tell you a little bit how it worked in Iceland. And I know it's I do this with a lot of caution, but this is kind of the data that we have, and I'll try to kind of transport it to the Greenland environment as well. And since they are relying on the same resource. So I'll take an example from Strandir. So the owners of the driftwood rights, they sent their workers to Strandir to procure wood, as well as to hew and split the timber before it was transported to its owners. So as I said, although it's not clear how this was done during the Viking Age and medieval time, these 17th and 18th century sources describe this process quite well. And it's generally believed that it has not changed a lot, at least through time, at least not drastically. This works. So the driftwood was collected at the driftwood beaches as well as on sea. So people would sail around as well, and I think that's more the scenario for Greenland, to sail around and look for the driftwood instead of doing it on the beaches. And then the wood would be transported to seasonal stations. So usually an 8-oar boat or high stem was sailed to people up to Strandir. That's on boats called Byrðingur, which is a 6 or 8-oar boat with a flat bottom and a high stem, which was then used to transport the timber. Then extra boards were added to the Byrðingur, which was the reason for the extra high stem, so they could stack even more wood into the boats. And then all the holes and cracks were filled with moss, so very secure. The worker lived in small seasonal booths close to the woodworking site. And here's an example of a site like that in Hvítsandur, in Strandir. And this is where the wood was hewn and split before it was transported. And we can think about the seasonal sites, for example, in Norse, where they actually describe this as well. And that wood was being worked there. And then it was filled with boards, planks, and trunks, as well as filling the boats with timber cargo. They also dragged logs after themselves as well. So it's quite a challenge to just transport the timber, and that's also what we have to think about in the Greenland scenario. It's a long way, and it's a lot of effort that you need to put into it, and have a lot of skills working the boats as well. So while quite a lot of the driftwood was transported away from the main driftwood areas, the inhabitants as well of Strandir were known for their exceptional woodworking skills, and the products were highly sought after. And again, is this something that we can transport to Greenland as well? Was there a certain level of specialization going on? And I think there is some artworks that not everyone can do. So I think this kind of level of specialization, I think, is also an interesting factor in this. And I think Elie maybe knows more about that with the staple vessels, which is not like everyone can do it. But back to the questions. I think I'll just start to read them because I've gone way off time. But that basically the main wood resource used in Norse Greenland was driftwood. It seems to have been distributed more or less equally between farms. They did not overutilize the resources. It seems to be very stable. There was a little bit of import coming in, but it did not have an effect on the whole kind of wood procurement. It was just an extra for the high status sites. So sorry about the extra time. And thank you.
We have type of questions. I have a question. In your comparison between Greenland and Iceland, did you can you tell us about the difference in sort of in I believe there was import to Iceland.
Yeah, it's during the up until the 1226. The resources are quite similar between Iceland and Greenland, but after the 13th century, I think there's a lot more import coming into Iceland, and that is not happening in Greenland. So there is a difference there.
Something about the relationship between the driftwood and the sea ice, because of course the sea ice is so important for moving it.
Yeah.
If we think of, it's pure speculation, but what the sea ice would have been like in medieval times when they first arrived, and then the increase in sea ice really takes place later. And I wonder, because given that you have a fairly stable use, but
Yeah.
presumably we could speculate there could be quite an uneven.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, and we don't see like the shift pattern, like if there was a shortage for short time, we don't see that in the data, and it's very likely that there were like periods with less driftwood, and that we see here in Iceland as well. There are good driftwood years and bad driftwood years, but you can't see that in the data. But there's still like no drastic things, but it is also a long period.
Which makes me wonder if in the other times, if there'd been this accumulated asset of driftwood, which had accumulated long before people arrived. You've got a capital you can draw down, and then as you're beginning to draw it down, there's more sea ice and there's more driftwood that appears. So
Yeah.
maybe it corrects itself.
Yeah, but there's also with at least with the old accumulating driftwood, it does just depend on where you are. But it's not good to use the oldest driftwood, and it's avoided at least here in Iceland, because it starts to decompose. And it's also, I think there's also different environmental conditions. If you're just on boats, getting it in the skin between skerries and so forth, not on the beach as well.
So you need it fresh.
Yes, we want it fresh. We don't want food.
When you look at the amount of wood that was left behind at the farm at Goose, there seems to have been no lack.
Yeah.
When you think about they have all the effort they have to get it there.
Yeah.
It's in inland.
Yep.
So it's quite amazing
Yeah, there must
to
be
see
that. And you always have this, again, you have always this idea of shortage, and you're always like on the kind of, as we said, on the brink of collapse, but then there's enough wood, and not, as I said, there's no dramatic reuse of things, and they are just leaving. And some of the things that they are looking at can very easily be reused. And,
but in some, the doors, for example, I think they are reused over and over again.
And they are using the gold wood, for example. The gold use is to be used in buildings. You can see that in Gussi as well. So that is being reused at least. But that's from large, it's a really good one.
there seems to be a seasonal seal hunt happening in the eastern settlement every year. And all people from all farms, it's a very well distributed resource. And all the people come out to the outer coast where the seals are migrating. And that is the place that's full of driftwood.
Yeah.
And I think what's happening there is my opinion that they are hunting those seals, and at the same time they're collecting the driftwood from there, probably moving the driftwood on driftwood, moving seals on driftwood rafts into the inner fjords, because of a specific time of day that very reliable wind that comes out and brings these boats to the inner fjords. And this is maybe also a question of written sources from the medieval period. I mean, it's from a very long time ago. And they're talking about hunting grounds, but they may not have to be hunting grounds 1,000 kilometers away.
No, exactly.
The ones outside of the settlement. It's deadly dangerous to bring wood on boats from Lísabet.
It's just the short ways that they're, when there is the fetching the driftwood in Strandir, there are like a lot of fatalities. And as soon as the wind picks up, you're just gone. So doing those 1,000 kilometers is just ridiculous.
And that may be also reason for the abundance of it are not reused of it, because they actually are getting it almost every year. Because they're going there anyway for something that they really need.
Great, thank you, Lísabet. Next up is Sóveig of stones.
I'm doing this all backwards.
Do we have a remote? Or
Theoretically, this should work now that I help. I can be your
okay, well, I can just stand there.
perfect.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sóveig. I am a geoarchaeologist and a sessional teacher at the University of Iceland. And I'm going to tell you about my work on fingerprinting, geochemical fingerprinting of a few soapstone artifacts from Greenland. So we are looking at soapstone assemblages from two excavation sites in the Ecology fjord in the eastern settlement. We have Ecology and Textiles in the Ecology fjord. At the Ecology we have this secondary 11th to 15th century midden, and at Textiles we have a primary midden from a similar time period. The assemblages are slightly different. At Ecology we have about 500 stone finds which were recorded, which were about maybe 40 kilograms, and with large spines and examples of raw material fragments. And then at Textiles we have the assemblage of it's a larger fragment. It's 1,500 stone finds, but they are much smaller. They are fragmented and they only weigh like 19 kilograms. So there's a big difference in morphology or composition. So the chemical data that I have collected, I will be comparing it to an article that's been published just this year on Greenland mines, soapstone mines in the Nuuk area. And there are also a few samples from Atamik and Sisimiut and Upernavik further to the north. And as I said, these are the articles that I'm comparing my data to. So we have Køhlen, Poulsen, and Frey, where they are analyzing soapstone raw materials in Greenland. In their publication, they compare chemical compositions of many earlier published data collections on soapstone from Norway, for example, Shetland, and other areas. And then I have Hansen, Jensen, and Hilda from 2017, which are doing provenance studies of both urban and rural finds and quarries in Western Norway of Viking Age and early medieval finds. And then we have the last one from Berglund, Hendal, and Grenne, where they are looking at provenance studies of medieval churches in northern Norway and some quarries. And this is the data that I will be comparing my samples to at the moment. So just a little bit about the soapstone assemblages. You can see here to the right, left, that there is little variation between the two sites. Soapstone, the blue areas are the largest part from 50 to 70, 80%. While the only slight difference is that at Tatsipata there's a lot more. There are a lot more quartz, small quartz fragments and quartz finds, which could be related to the accumulation of material on site, rather than any difference in usage. The soapstones, they are of course, difficult to analyze and categorize because they are very soft and the surfaces are easily destroyed. But I tried to split the assemblage into very rough groupings based on color, grain size, texture, and magnetism to get the more sort of a feeling for material variations for the sampling. But as you can see, there's a large part of the collection that can only be categorized together because the variation is not great. But the morphology at the Ecology, we have like about 160 undiagnostic pieces out of the 400 that we have, which is about like 60%, which could be classified, while at Tatsipata we have like 600 undiagnostic pieces that could be classified, which is like only about 30% that we could classify from that assemblage. So I ended up taking samples from 35 vessel fragments, 17 from Ecology and 18 from Tatsipata. This sampling was mainly directed by availability of material and sort of finding the middle ground between getting good samples and without sort of dipping into the best fragments, especially at Tatsipata, and we were very careful to always leave something behind for future studies. So I had 14 thin sections done. Rebecca Guðmundsdóttir, technician at the university, she did thin sections so I can look at quality, the quantity of talc to other minerals, and whether the fragments have been, the material has deteriorated in some way. The chemical analyses were done at Artefacts in Canada, and the main elements and some of the trace elements were done with fusion ICP, and while the trace elements and some of other trace elements and the rare earth elements were analyzed by mass spectrometry. I did a few measurements with pXRF equipment that we have recently acquired from the university. The results are okay, they're not bad, but they might be better. And then, as I said, we have data from Køhlen, Poulsen, and Frey from Greenland, which are like analysis of the elements from quarry places in the Nook area. So we have 12 samples from 12 places there. Before I sort of dip into this, I just want to stress that 12 samples from 12 quarries these are too few samples to be statistically reliable, but there are still good indications that we can sort of good conclusions that we can reach from them at the moment at least. But right now, my conclusions are sort of mainly aimed at best fit, good fit, and the worst fit of the source areas. So I go into differences between Greenland and Norway as well, just through the general composition, and I chose randomly like 30 examples chosen from the finds research in the Hordaland area, like 10 fragments from urban vessels, 10 fragments from rural vessels, and 10 fragments from quarries, just to get a sort of an idea. And then I also added one more graph last night to show you a little bit of comparison with the medieval church data, just to show you what's happening. I did some general comparisons of the generalized data just in Greenland, and I tried to see whether there were changes between phases or changes between sites. But as yet, I have, unfortunately, they are so similar, or maybe not unfortunately, but they are that similar, the Ecology and the Tatsipata collection, that there's no real difference that we can pick out, at least, between houses or between the areas. So I also look at magnesium element magnesium ratios comparisons, and then the rare earth elements. And this is just the first step, just to show you the sort of the general trend that has come to light through all the data comparisons that I've been doing. We have the Ecology collection, which are the purple squares. We have the Tatsipata collection, which are the blue triangles, when you see that these cluster very well together. And then we have the Nook mining quarry areas of core soapstone, which are sort of on the outskirts. And there's one unknown sample here, way out in front. And then we have Upernavik here. So there's a very bad fit on this site. But while we have a sort of a much better correlation with high quality soapstone from some of the Nook places in the Nook area. And up there is also a sissy note, but it's on the outskirts, and you will see a little later that this is common. So it's one of the least fits. And then we have Atomic Island, which is in the middle, often in the middle. So it cannot be ruled out as a source. So just to show you, so we compare, we plot rare earth element profiles. They are normalized with contrast to get like a clear, smoother lines that are better for comparison. And I could, with this method, I could group the 35 samples into sort of 12 groups. And there is modest correlation with the general analysis of the textures and the grouping, the rare earth element groupings of the samples. And as you will see, in many of the samples, this European dip is a common occurrence. That while in others we have a few fragments demonstrate more dip in samarium and gadolinium GT. And you will also see that the core soapstone quarries have a flat profile, which separates the two. And then I also plotted to see what they looked like. I plotted the element versus magnesium ratios So we have iron, calcium, potassium, nickel, mangan, chromium, vanadium, and titanium. And you can see that there are some, these are two finds from the Tatsibata collection, which show clear correlation in this type of mapping. But this kind of mapping shows less variation between the samples, and I could sort of fit them together into fewer groups, 8 groups. But there's less. We can sorry, brain freeze. There is we can't rely on these mappings as well as we can the REE profiles. So just to show you the first example, there is no clear indication that the samples from Tatsibata and Ikaliko are not from Greenland. But there are indications that some Norwegian sources can't completely be ruled out as either. This first example is from Hansen, Jensen, and Hildar, where you see it's on one side, where you can see that again you have the purple squares, which is Ikaliko. We have Tatsibata, which are the triangles, and then we have the yellow dots. These are the mines, the Greenland mines. Then we have the urban vessels, which are here, which sort of sort of mixed in with the scatter, and then we have the rural vessels down here, and we also have some Norwegian mines. So they can obviously, at this level at least, not be sort of separated. But it could be that this is next on my list of tasks, is to try to compare these the REE profiles of these samples to the REE profiles of the finds from Greenland, to see if we can separate them even more. In this graph, where we look at the medieval church materials from the Helgeland area, here we can see a much clearer difference. So I've sort of put the Ikaliko and the Tatsibata together here in the blue. The Nuuk samples are the red, and then the Norwegian samples are the little small dots. So you can see that there's a large cluster that doesn't fit, but there is still sort of a little bit of intermingling. And this is sort of a little overlap with the Tilram Church and the Stórsey quarry on the coast of in Helgeland. But again, if I'm going to try to get the REE profiles from the authors to compare, to see if we can separate these two as well. So here's another example. So as I said, this is as yet sort of just saying this is a good match, this is a very good match, this is bad, and this is the unlikeliest match. So the best matches in most cases are the Nuuk area quarries with high quality soapstone at Ikatut, Uummannaq Island, at Kuusuaq in a few cases, and Kossasuaq. And Atomic Island cannot be ruled out. As you can see, this pink dot here is Atomic Island, and you have the finds, and then you have the poor soapstone find quarries here, Sisimiut on the outskirts, and Upernavik again on the outskirts. So this is it's very likely that Upernavik and Sisimiut, which are way much further north, are not a contender for the as a source. Yeah, and the Kossuth fault zone is also an unlikely example, unlikely unlikely source. And as you can see again, the good quality soapstone in the Nook area, in some of the Nook places in the Nook area, they are sort of the best fit, and the thin section work at the moment supports this sort of. It seems that the total quantity of the thin sections may be 70% or more in most cases, but this is not 100% sure. It might change, but unlikely. When we look at the RE profiles, just for examples, here you can see a few fragments, both from Tatsivata and Ikaliko. You see that the profiles fit together very, very well. And here the Upernavik sample is the profile is similar, but it's a bit higher, so it's unlikely, but it cannot be ruled out, even though there's a big difference. Then we have the Kususok line, which is a very good fit, and we have the Atomic Island, which is also a good fit, and Ikatut in Nuuk, which is sort of the best fit. And this yellow line, which you see has a completely different profile, is Sissimute. So not a good example, or not a likely source. This picture is not always always clear. You can see here when I've plotted other minerals in a slightly different way. Here you can see that the clusters are much tighter, and the poor soapstone, Pernavik and Atomic Island and Sissimute, they are on the outskirts, while the high quality and the finds are sort of clustered together, but they are so close that statistically it's difficult to say no, they don't belong together. And and the same applies here, where you have Pernavik and Sissimute on the outskirts, and Atomic Island also, while the good quality soapstone clusters with the samples. Just to see you how show you that the magnesium profiles, the magnesium ratio profiles don't always help. Here we have an example where I've sort of classified together in the magnesium groups a few finds, and they seem to fit well with Kuasusuaq and Ujarasipabat and the Kusuk fault zone, and there's a pretty good correlation. But when you look at the RE profiles, it's not so good. It's not a good fit. So the RE profiles are the most helpful in looking at this data. And here you can see the example of the poor soapstone areas, which have this flat profile. There is a very strong likelihood that it's possible to connect various shards within the collections themselves. There are at least 6 artifact pairs which have a moderate to strong correlation at all 3 levels. We have 2 triplets where there are 3 fragments in each group that sort of might fit together, and then we have one group of 5 fragments that cannot be separated out, which might be from the same chemical, have the same chemical signature, might be from the same area or a similar quarry. And then we have one final group with the rebels, so we say, or the fragments that don't fit anything. They don't want to fit anything as yet. And this is one example where I have 2 fragments from Ikaliko, and you can see here the finds are the blue and the red. So you can see that there's a very strong correlation at all levels within these 2 fragments. And if we combined it with the quarry sites, we have a pretty good fit from Umanak Island, and we have Kusuaq here and Ikatut. which seem to be a fairly good fit. But when we look at the RE profiles, Kusuasuk and the Umanak Island profiles aren't really very likely, and the Kusuak profile is a little bit different here, but the Ikatut profile is very, very similar. So here we have most likely source to be Ikatut. Another example where we are connecting fragments. These are from the Tatsibata collection. They are again blue and red. They don't follow each other quite as well here in the magnesium ratios, but their profiles, their RE profiles are beautifully correlated. And here we all again have an example of Kuasususuak and Ikatut in Nuuk. That have a very similar, very good correlating profiles with these finds. Again, one more example of to show you. This is the big group where I have RE profiles that look very, very similar. And which I can't separate. You can see that the magnesium profiles aren't completely different, but they don't always have a good correlation. But here you can see I put the Upernavik example up, which is the least likely, and you can see it has a completely different profile in this group. And then we look at the RE groups, and you can see that the finds group beautifully together. This is the Upernavik again. It's higher. It's similar, but maybe not. And again, Umanak Island, which is it's not a very good fit, but it can't be ruled out because of the way the curve is shaped. But here we have Kusuak, which is a little bit different, but the Ikatut one fits best. So yeah, this means that these samples, these finds, the material comes at least from the same place, or that their sources cannot be separated geochemically. Just to show you, so just to recap for you. So we have the likeliest sites are the Kuasusuak and the Ikatut and the Umanak and possibly Kusuak in the Nuuk fjords, while the poor areas, these Kurtsuak and Semitsiap and Kornup, they are bad fits. They have the flat RE lines, and Kusuk and Uterasupavat, they are also pretty not very, they don't fit very well. And again, Atomic Island, which is a little bit further north, she cannot be ruled out. While it's unlikely that in Arswak in the Sisimiut area and Italik in the Upernavik area they are not a likely source, so to say. That being said, as I said earlier, we need more data. I've recorded and collected information on at least 28 sites in the eastern and middle settlements where it's possible to find soapstone and where it may have been exploited in the eastern settlement and the middle from 19th and 20th century bibliographies. And many of these areas originate from the work of Hans Olsen and Geus from 2004. So there are a lot of potential areas for soapstone usage, and there are also unknown or sort of areas that I have not found information about as yet, where there's the potential for soapstone, and that's where there are ultramafic rocks or very, very magnesium-rich gabbros. And there's carbonatite and ultramafic rock here around Brattahlíð. Carbonatite can sometimes be soft enough, Gurley tells me, to be used as soapstone substitute, and there's ultramafic rock here in Norsaq and here on the Tuktotok Peninsula or island, and also there are amphibolite and hornblended formations that need to be at least kept in mind when looking for soapstone. But as this area is largely granite and gneiss, which is not really a likely area to find soapstone. And we have a lot of cyanides, plutons. We have the Ecology or Eriksfjord sandstone formations, and then we have basaltic layers over here. So the geology is not too likely to produce soapstone formations, but just around the corner in the middle settlement, there's huge potential for soapstone finds, and there are already many known sites that could be looked at further. We have dolomite formations in Grænlandsland and Húðardal, and this area is probably the likeliest area to find soapstone, and there are also serpentinites and potential soapstone areas here in these formations here on both sides of the Sørmelíkjarsuk fjord. So, and this area here, the geological substrate of this area is very, very related to the substrate in the Nuuk area. So there might be some doubt about whether we can separate the Nuuk fjord soapstones from the middle settlement soapstones. But as you've seen, there is potential like for separating poor and good material in the Nuuk area. So it's not unlikely. It's not unlikely, but it's not. It could be done. So the conclusions, as I said, there's nothing to suggest that the soapstone is not Greenlandic. It's most likely to be high quality soapstone from the Nuuk area on both sides. But then again, I must stress that the Tatsivata fragments that are analyzed are the best fragments of the group. So it might very well be that all the other fragments may be poor soapstone from somewhere else. But as I said, these profiles give us a promising sign so far, so that it is possible to distinguish between at least some procurement areas and artifacts. And the best fit at the moment are Ikatut, Kuasusuaq, and Umanak Island in the Nuuk area, with the least fit in the north in Pernavik and Sisimiut, and with poor quality soapstone. But as I said, the eastern and middle settlement are still a potential source for soapstone, and we need more data.
We have, well, one question.
There was a question in the chat from Colleen, and she says, do you think anyone is controlling this research? Maybe the church, or controlling this resource? Maybe the church.
Judging by the Norwegian materials, which are strongly directed by the church, it's not definitely not.
The time for, okay, sorry.
Very quickly, just to channel a discussion, a very interesting discussion on steatite forum that we had about 4 NABO meetings ago that never got pressed, is it's very clear that in the Norwegian side and the Shetlandic side, soapstone being worked since very early prehistory. And it's a whole strategy for working soapstone. In Iceland, no soapstone. In Greenland, they remember making soapstone, but they don't quite know how to do it. So what they're doing is they're using a different strategy for extracting working soapstone, which looks much more like the way they're addressing and making things out of wood. So you have this really interesting issue where the local traditional knowledge leaks out in a couple of generations or 4 generations they spent in Iceland, but they remember the steatite is something to work with. So I just thought I'd say that, just get out there into the record, because I don't think it ever got published, but it was a good discussion about that a while ago.
Thank you.
It's just very short. I'm Gurli Meyer from the Geological Survey of Norway, geologist. So what is the
I'm thinking that Hans Christian Olsen, who has been working as a geologist in Greenland in many years, Jette, and others, wouldn't they have known if there was a really good quarry producing vessels and other bigger artifacts, and so wouldn't they know about it? The Inuits would have known about it, and wouldn't that communication have gone through Hans Christian Olsen and others to Jette or to Sóveig or to Christian or someone else? So the likelihood of finding a big quarry close to the settlements that has produced vessels, I would say, is a little bit lower than those that are well known closer to Nuuk, where we know the quality is good for producing vessels. But of course, all the small artifacts that are also in this material, they could have been taken from smaller quarries, as you suggest, if they had the skills to do it, if they knew how to extract, and if the quality was good enough for making fishing tools and spinning wheels and other things, then it's likely they've taken it from many different small quarries. But I think the soapstone vessels and larger items, I would be surprised if there appear suddenly a quarry in southern Greenland that you haven't heard about, or you haven't heard about, or Christian haven't heard about, because the Inuits have been all over and benefiting from the same sources in recent time. So that was not a short comment, but just a comment.
I don't think, well, the idea that some of the small artifacts were made out of poor quality soapstone and large vessels were made of good soapstone is not, because we have a lot of reuse. So you started out with a large soapstone vessel, and then when it broke, you used it for something else. So you have a lot of new reuse. So it was the same soapstone, I think. But I was wondering why Uyarashuit isn't more important. And because we had this large and very good quarries just on the other side of the fjord next to the Uyarashuit farm, the Analik farm.
No, it doesn't seem to fit.
That's strange. That's very strange, but it's so close and it was used.
Yeah.
Really very strange.
I'm sorry, we have to stop. Starting again. 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Next up is Guðrún Alda, who is going to tell us about her research into artifacts.
So this is one of the animal people find in Zooarchaeology.
No, we fight about some points.
You might even be able to use that little keyboard to move forward.
So that can be
There's just no notes on this.
no. Okay. So
Yeah,
it's on the
over here.
one. And it's this one too. Yep. So, hi everyone, I'm Guðrún Alda, and I was so lucky to be part of the team that went to Greenland and was working in Orri's a project about sticks and stones. And but I am doing a doctoral research at Durham University with my supervisor are Karen Michele, Colin Beatty, Mike Church, and Jette Arneborg. So because it's on Greenland and Iceland, and I'm looking at those classical questions of adaptation and availability and connectivity, a note of environmental changes, religious changes, economy, politics, and so on. So what I am doing is that I take several sites in Iceland and Greenland with overlapping chronology and try to compare the artifact collection in order to see where the changes lie between Iceland and Greenland, because we can see in artifact collection they're very different, but what is different and
when it starts to get different, is it different from the beginning, or is it something that happens? We are going to try to put some markers on that. Orri, when he was introducing sticks and stone now in the beginning, he was talking about the opportunities in the new excavation in Greenland, and that was the you were supposed to, well, preferably to talk about. So I'm not doing that, of course. No. So but what I'm doing is I'm looking at Sveakot that was excavated a few years back, just recently, and Hrísheimar and Narsak, which Jette kind of pointed out to me when we were looking for a landnam farm, like a comparative material to the earliest settlements in Iceland. So I'm actually looking at the kind of at the beginning of before the beginning, and how the initial material is showing up in the initial layers. And I was telling Tom that it was his lecture that made me change my not my mind, but it's an experiment which I'm here telling you about. I'm just at this place in my studies, and so I'm just playing around with the data. But it was great to see his data about the animal bones, because I could see similar patterns in the artifacts. So I pulled out Hrísheimar, which is not part of this of my studies. Don't tell Karen that I pulled out a new data set, and just to look at the correlation between, and then so what I was thinking with this is that it's interesting to look at the very early data from Iceland, a 9th century data, if you like, and see how the difference in 11th century data from primary data from Greenland, to see the difference. So what is the earliest material culture? That is the earliest production, and it refers here to the first objects that the settlers brought along into the new land, and the first object that are being made. In case of Iceland and Greenland, there is no earlier material culture, so people are bringing in this what has been called the primary toolkit, or the landnám package, or the Viking settlers kit, and they're bringing tools, and then we are seeing the first step in the local production. Not only we get the imported material, and then we see the first evidence of people are making something new in the new environments with the local resources. There are similarity in the artifactual assemblages, because people are coming generally from a similar background, but then it's also the personal choices of human agency, and not everybody did bring the same to the new surroundings. The find can indicate status and skills and gender, and that's why the toolkit must have been different to suit different groups within the society. So what to pack? The primary toolkit. It's kind of a starter kit of the essentials. Things that are necessary to cover the necessary tasks ahead in the new land. There are several scholars that have been studying the primary toolkit, and commonly from the aspects of status, trade, that is the quantity and composition of the imported materials, and the cultural diaspora, the strong cultural continuities from the Scandinavian homelands. And Colin Beatty was looking at the primary toolkit in the Hofstad material. Aron Kendall has been looking at it, Amanda Forster, Christian Eldjárn, and many others. And so this is something that is well known in our artifactual
studies. So, but there are indications in the earliest material that the landnáms was kind of knowledge based. And we have this quote from books of settlement. And this is probably just, this is what the information that people came with back. What we all know, what to bring along, what you could expect to find. And probably those little stories are just the tip of the iceberg. There must have been like many in each expedition. So there were information about the environment and the climate and the geology, the wildlife resources, water, wet meadows, farming lands, and marine resources. All of those information must have gotten back to the people which they were going to target back home. And it is possible to detect some of this information really people got the message. I mean, this is like the best quote I always find. It's the good and the bad and the evil or the sensible one. The one that said it's like both good and bad. And then there are but indication of people going around, going in, staying in the country and getting to know it very well. But the primary toolkit, even though it refers mainly to the tangible luggage of objects large and small, it also you also travel along the intangible luggage. The strong cultural continues from the Scandinavian homelands. I'm going to try this. Yeah, you can see it now. It's this in between period we're able to don't see anything, which is it's very significant to acknowledge what is in the package, both intangible and intangible, for further understanding who is coming and their activities and their doings. And it will also help us to understand the adaptation, availability and connectivity to the environments and of objects and materials. And here you see that here's object small, here are small beads. And this might be the intangible luggage. You know how to make your long fire. This is the Smiarowski long fire. But the process of settlement was rapid. Connection lost came back. Probably at least the connection lost has disappeared from the screen. Yeah. So there are not many excavated data sets that you can date into this narrow framework here. It's between landnám and Smiarowski. The landnámsöld it took, like Ari Learn says, 60 winters, and this is the 60 winters, this period between the tephras. And this is Anthony Newton's photo in the article made by Magnús Sigurgeirsson and others. And this rapid chronology of settlement has been addressed by Orri and Tom and Magdalena Smith and more people that are showing how fast things, how fast the process was. And just a thought, how long did the Greenlandic process take? That's something that it's maybe difficult to see. Maybe 60 years. So here we are. I'm now offering to step into the first site I'm going to talk about. This is Smiarowski, excavated by Orri and Karen and others, semi-Gurbanseg. And this is a
site with rather occupation from the late 9th century and until the mid 12th century. It started off with pit houses and even tents, and then the settlement developed into there became a longhouse, and then there was probably a full break in the settlement, and then there was a later longhouse. And the next is this one, Hrísheimar. It was short-lived than Sveakoll, but there is data from late 9th century to maybe mid 11th century, midden and pit houses and iron working structures excavated. Here we are in Iceland, and it was excavated by Tom and Ragnar Edwardsson and more people. And then this is the site of Narsaq, which Beck excavated in the 50s and the 60s, 1950s and 60s. So what I'm trying to get at is that there are very few sites and very little material that has been excavated, which you can really target as the primary for the initial deposits. We know of sites that were abandoned before maybe 940, but they have not been excavated. So this is the earliest material that we have of large excavated assets, which are only which we can look at the primary materials, the initial imports, and how people are kind of taking the first step in the new land. Narsaq, we could not. We look at it as like a one. It's like a one site. It was not possible to divide the finds between earlier and later cultural layers, but it's like 100 years, and so it's possible to use it as a one event. So when we look at the data, we can see how the uniformity of materials are. It's like 80 to 90% are local stone and iron and local stone and iron basically. Proportion of imported versus locally produced iron cannot, however, we cannot know in the initial layers. We don't know the proportion between local iron and imported iron. And that is something that someone else needs to do something with to, if it's able to find the source of elements to but it's I took the slag out, but it's a huge iron production before 1940 and in Hrísheimar, but also it's a huge proportion of the earliest layers in Sveakoll. But what you can see, if you remember Tom's slides about the facing in Sveakoll and also in Hrísheimar, but in Sveakoll it's a very simple material culture that is appearing. It's displaying in the first phases in Sveakoll, and that's where people are living in pit houses, and they are possibly living in tents also. So integration of tents and it's obviously it's not filled with imports and all kind of exotic materials, but in the phase 2 you can see changes, and in phases 3 also it's like more there are more materials on display, and the same can be said between phase 1 and phase 2 in Hrísheimar. So if you look at Sveigakot, then we can see the phase 1 it has the lower midden and the pit houses, and there are like 10 material categories. Import objects consist of one antler piece, actually a raw material. I think it's just very unusual find in Iceland. So somebody nicked a piece and was going to carve something out of it. 2 glass beads, 1 silver wire, 3 schist whetstone, 2 steelhead spindle wheels made of broken vessel. That's the important material in this phase. And then, but probably, or it is the reason why we are not seeing any vessels in the initial phase. It's possible that it was just, it might have been complete. And they start to break. We can also, some of the initial material might be invisible in the first layers, but start to appear as fragments in the second layers. So if you look at the artifact type of imported materials, so what I was reading, and actually what is, there's some story in that this spring lock, which has in a example from York, for instance, this very it's good craftsmanship, and it's a complicated artifact. It is probably the first artifact people lost in Sögukot. It was found under the floor in one of the pit houses. So they are coming from a site, they're coming from somewhere where they need to lock things up, and then they stand there in the middle of nowhere, and this is something that was lost and nobody, but this key, which is also from the primary, from the before 940, phase 1 is also the key that fits locks like this. So somebody brought a chest along. So the prosperity is going up from 2 beads. There's one lady that had there's those 2 spindle whorls and those 2 beads, let's say. Now there are like 17 beads. There is in a NABO for owl broods, so somebody was wearing a costume there, or and 6 comp, whereas this one on the other side. So things are changing, and this is where the longhouse has been built. Those are the pit houses. This is the earlier longhouse phase. So here there's a more structured household and maybe more normal distribution of finds. And so if we play around a little bit more, we can the social function of the earliest material culture. So we can see in the implication of different activity on sites. The craft and activity, which involves tools and debris and so on. That's the largest slice, whilst the domestic and household is minimal. But the domestic and household, if I go a little bit through those categories, it's and if you look at this huge slice here, it's the manifolds that make up this one, because they go into, in my experiment of making categories, they are constantly overlapping. So you're just trying to fix one way to find out. So something you have to do with it, you have to do something with all those manifolds. So they have been put here in the beliefs, charm and toy. Craft and production are the tools, and we have now domestic and household is a big category of leisure, the gaming pieces, the cooking, the storage, privacy, like the lock and the key and so on. Fittings, I took the nails kind of specially out, and then this category here. Ornamentation, dress and pluming, the combs and the jewelry, beads, and the textiles, and then there is textile production, which are the loom weights, and mostly in our case, where the preservation in Iceland so bad, you're not getting it's a lottery if you're getting something organic preserved. So here it is, there is a different activity and some other kinds of display in this in the later phases than in early phases. This is maybe more normal, what you would expect in a structured household than in this divided huts, which material culture is coming from on the earlier slide. So we are here in Hríshamar, it's the same. It's but similar. The import is similar. It's similar, even dropping actually in phase 2. Yes. And those are the material types in group 1, or the artifact types in phase 1 and phase 2. It's only the imports that is. And like in Smiarowski, there is a change of combination, but not, and it's more varied, and it's more. There seems to be more going on in like in the domestic thing. But I haven't, as this is like extra data or not. It's not extra, Karen. It's not extra. It's just. To show you a little bit, because those sites are just so interesting that it's possible to see those levels before 940, because we know it's usually very difficult. The C14s are too broad. The tetra layer of 940 tetra is very, it's not spread that widely. So this is a very unique assemblages. So now we are in Greenland. And actually, as in the largest material are stone, wood, and bone instead of stone and iron in Iceland. And to compare the 11th century material culture in Narsaq to something. It is possible to do that with 11th century, the latest phase in Smiarowski, which is 11th and to mid 12th century, and there is not much difference in the imported materials. So it's similar in that way, even though the local component is made of, it's the local resources basically that are different, but not necessarily types. So if it's if we by the social function of the groups and put it into this context, then again this is the money ports, like a huge proportion of this. And objects relating to activity is dominating in Narsaq, because there is so much steatite vessels in and but here are there are like very few here, and probably just one pot that is breaking. And sometimes in Iceland we find the fragments of iron cauldrons, but it's so they were used contemporarily, the steatite and the iron, to cook in, but it's a very few that have been found, probably reused extensively. And then it's in the imported material in Narsaq, there are interestingly, there are like 40 whetstones. There are like 60 whetstones and 40 of Norwegian type, but 3 knives. So it's no wonder they are very very small and very wet. They have been used extensively. So there is a great difference in the in that those pairs of objects. But what we can see, it's both households, it's both longhouses, and there's a considerable difference from let's say 10th century longhouse in Iceland, and of course the earliest phases in Smiarowski to this pie, and they are similar as being structured household. But on the other hand, there is also difference from 11th century Iceland and 9th century Iceland. So what I'm getting at is that we see this difference in material culture in Iceland and Greenland, but maybe it's not just because it's a different land with different resources, but it might also reflect some major social changes that are happening in the 11th century. The beads did not. They did not travel with the beads to Greenland. It's very few beads there. So, and the bling is gone. There's a different bling being made. The pins, the ring pins are not there, or the copper jewelry, but they're making. But then possibly it's in the wake of Christianity, or there are changes. Both in Iceland and Greenland, they start to make their own things, which are really different from what other people are doing. So there is like so possibly this is not only because it's farther away, but it could also just be other changes. But then we don't have many data sets that you can also target as an 11th century data set. We have no 11th century tephras, and then we are also lacking 12th century materials. So those in a high resolution, it's impossible to, at least as the situation now is, just to look at little signals and then speculate. Yeah, this is awesome, and I think I just finished my.
One question, and now just one question, maybe.
What is a Norwegian type whetstone?
Sóveig. So it was interesting when we started to go through the collection in Greenland. I thought I knew those. I had seen those whetstones, those sisters whetstones. It would not have been doubt in my mind that they were Norwegian when I saw them in Greenland. But then there are some doubts about that it could be, but there was some.
I did chemical analysis of few fragments from whetstones, and compared to the data that they have published in Norway, it's very likely that they are Norwegian. And to me, they looked Norwegian when I looked at them.
So it's not a type, it's the material.
It's the material.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. Next there is Konrad.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm Konrad Smiarowski. I'm not part of the Sticks and Stones. I'm part of the Bones. But thank you for having me here. And I think we had great presentations on this new research. I'll just add the information about bones from the sites in that region, so we can then discuss everything together at the end. This is a sort of maps from the recent thesis that I had, and just wanted to sort of show the last 15 years or so, as already mentioned, the work in Southwest Greenland. These are the sites that have been excavated. The upper one is not, but in the Western settlement, that was Tom's work and the work of other people in the 70s and the 80s. And then in the Eastern settlement in the South, this is the sites that I've excavated. Some of them are quite small. Some of them are larger excavations, like 171, 172, the Sibata and Chidikula. The red dots are the excavations I did, and the yellow ones are excavations that were done by other people, mostly Christian Beck in the 70s. We just zoom into sort of our research area, and in the Brattahlid area, it's just like a series of small branches, but an excavation in Brattahlid was actually a bit large. So I'll just concentrate on talking about E172, that's Ipata, and then 171, which is a bit further in. I'll also compare it to Igaliku, which is the excavation we did together with Orri, and then use the other side to demonstrate some trends that are happening in the Zooarchaeological record. So we've been concentrating on middens because one, there's a global climate threat happening. We've discovered very early on in 2005-06 that the middens are no longer preserved. We've been reading about all these frozen middens with bones, with feathers, with cloth, and we went and we didn't find that in the excavation that we were doing at that time. Then we went and looked around at other sites, and we did coring, and that wasn't happening either. So far, we've only discovered 4 sites with decent, well, very good organic preservation. Sites, but also we're missing the decent preservation, the good preservation. It's all gone. It's all stones left, mostly steatite. But then this is just to demonstrate what we do. So we've gone to these sites. We excavated the middens. We have consistent methods, so we try to use the NABO recording system and 4 millimeter screened of all contexts containing the material. So it's all directly comparable on graphs and charts. In some places we have to employ wet sieving. In many places, most places not, because it's similar to Iceland conditions. But if we have twigs, we have to do that. Just a very quick map I stole from Christian a while ago. But he did that. So he put together the sort of work that we've done in this area as part of this IPY, CIE, and now response grants. So before us, there were 10 buildings excavated in the Vatnajökull area. When we came in, we excavated about 12 middens in the area, and we cored. Okay, this is a bit of an estimate because I stopped counting at 100. So it's about 120 sites that we went to, and we cored to look for preservation, looking through the middens to try to find something that we can excavate. These 2 sites are the ones that are well preserved, and there are some waterlogged midden secondary deposits in Galiku as well. This was a bone count. So as with artifacts, as it would everything, of course, it's an Arctic country that the Norse come to from different places, and they start eating things. Some of those things they bring with them as domestic animals. A lot of it is available locally, and that's a lot of graphs, different places, Faroes, a site in Norway, Iceland, but these are early phases, and you can see from the beginning that Greenland stands out with the green from all the other stuff, which is fish blue and domestics red, and these are seals. This is happening right away. So huge amount of seals. Quick sort of biology course before we go. There are 5 species of seals in Greenland. 2 are very important to the Norse and the Inuit as well. These are migratory seals. They breed and molt off of Labrador, and then they migrate in the spring to Western Norway, and some of them, the big ones, hooded to the Western Greenland and Eastern Greenland. When they do that, they come by Eastern settlement. Both of these species and the species goes to the Western settlement. These guys never really get there, and you can see that in archaeological record. I'll show you that. Oh, I'm sorry. And there are 3 other species. They're the ringed and bearded seals, which are Arctic seals. They're solitary. They don't migrate in big numbers like these. These are the seals that are mostly hunted by the nomadic people of Greenland, whether it's pre-Inuit or Inuit. And there are harbor seals, which are and gray seals, Gray seals don't really exist in Greenland now. They are there, but they haven't been there. But Hayeur/common seals are seals that are present everywhere. They're all over Iceland. They're all over Baltic. Where the people who come here to Greenland would have been very used to those, only those. So this is just a very simplified chart to show what knowledge the Norse Greenlanders had of seals before they got there. So they had some sort of knowledge from the Baltic and from the Western Norway of common and gray seals. When they moved to Iceland, they've seen those. During some environmental stress years, when there was more ice coming from the Arctic, there have been harp seals here as well. But when they moved to Greenland, they just encountered these huge migrations. I'm talking about 6 million seals, something like that. Now there is about 6 million seals. And now the biologists are talking that we're finally back to the numbers pre-commercial seal count in the 1800s. So there was that much stuff, and they all migrated. There was also a possibility that they actually breeded there, but that's a whole other story. And I just want to, I would be like Jim and talk about it forever. Different hunting methods, like because there are so many seals and they are on the outer coast, and so they come out. They don't need to adapt to these very specified Arctic tools to hunt seals. They can net them, they can drive them into small bays. They can kill a lot of seals within a short period of time, then bring them to their sites. This is just a very quick graph, and again, save your eyes for later. Just to show inland site, coastal site, and or on the sea and a bit inland, seals have about 60%. Seals are about 60% of what they're eating there. Other animals are, of course, domestics, and that's part of the culture. And this is where it is most likely happening, and they're going from all over the place. We find seals everywhere, similar proportions, similar seal species. I'll show that in the next slide. It is probably organized in a way that they're going out to the outer coast. That's where the seals are migrating. They're chasing capelin with a spring migration. They go into the fjords. They're being killed at the same time. We'll discuss this. There's also driftwood coming in with ice every year. And I think they are doing this whole thing. We don't get it for seals. We need that. There's driftwood. Let's move everything in. And again, it's a topic for discussion for a long time. So 3 sites, 171, 172. That's the early phases. 68, which is a site of Jette and Dorte's skeletons from Gallico. Oh no, 64. Yes, sorry. 64 in the Vattenfjörður area. So they both these sites are, let's say, very similar. 172 is similar as well. It's in Vattenfjörður, but on the coast, on the fjord, and very Gallico. And what's obvious is that harp seals are everywhere. They're probably the most abundant. They're probably the most reliable source. They come in these large packs. Hooded seals are similar. There may be overlap of the migration. There may be not overlap of migration, but it's happening in the spring as well. And common seals are like the sedentary ones. They're in that area all the time. So this is the most varied. And bearded seals are the Arctic seals that may be a bycatch of trying to get a large number of harps. So what is obvious that something's happening with harp seals, and it seems that they're everywhere. Old pieces are everywhere, and at Gardar, what I think is that what is happening is that they are controlling the hunt somehow, and they're not really interested in anything else. They're just getting some sort of tribute the harp seals. Other sites are getting also the hooded seals. Everybody's doing that except the high status, and the common seals are probably a resource that is controlled by this farm in particular, and it has to do with access laws and who owns the land and that sort of stuff. So throwing around some hypotheses and such, I think it's a very analogous situation that seals, maybe hard seals, are some sort of equivalent of dried fish in Greenland. We see drying structures on every single farm. Some of them have two. We know they're not eating fish, so they're not drying fish. They are probably curing the meat for the winter, and it's probably seal meat mostly. So, and there seems to be some sort of almost standardization of the fact like this hard seal, the most reliable, and let's so while this is happening, changes in the economy happen with climate, and around like sort of multi-proxy data shows us that there are changes, what we used to call the beginning of the Little Ice Age. We don't do that anymore, but around 1300 something happened, and there's more ice coming in. Christian's thesis demonstrates that people are moving from more remote places, and sort of like the settlement is being contracted. We see that archaeologically with bones as well. But what they're doing is they seem to be intensifying the seal hunting. In the first 4 graphs, the black ones are different phases, so it's time. At Gardar and like we see steady intensification of seals in the collection. We see the same thing in 172 from early phases to late phases. Narsak, the site that Guðrún just talked about, analyzed by Tom. There is a bit different collection. It comes from a floor layer, but also Narsak has not been sieved, so we have a bit different. Couldn't be directly comparable, but we still see the pattern. Okay, it's going up. Maybe it's stable, but it doesn't show anything else, any difference. One place does do that. It's a special site that's sort of, as Christian demonstrated, I just mentioned, it's being abandoned. It's being reused as a shielding. So there are different things happening afterwards. And of Gardar, it's actually the reverse. It's a drop of seals being eaten, but that probably has to do with the status and hierarchy and with what this farm is for the whole settlement. At the same time, we still have harbor seals. So again, without really straining the eyes, we have 2 settlements, the eastern and the western settlement. Through time, the green bars or the green dividers represent the volcanic eruption and the sort of climatic shift that happens around 1300. And we can see that in the eastern settlement, the black, which are the common seals, they really decline in numbers, while they sort of they're still present in the western settlement throughout the whole period. Normally, we would think that maybe this over-exploitation, over-hunting in western settlement does not happen. It has to do with climatic changes and the ice coming in and disturbing their ecosystem, and they're quite adaptable, so they can actually move away and go somewhere else, which seems that they did. But what we know that the Norse did not overhunt, and they probably were very careful about not doing that, because actually it's very easy to do. Just to summarize that the ice affects seal colonies, pulls off the pastures, the settlement being contracted and moves farther into the nuclear area. And we have intensification of seal hunting and reorganization of livestock. And this is something I will talk to you about in a moment. I will probably skip this because not sure how much time I have, but we've worked with Jim Willett of Laval, looking at whole sections of seal teeth to actually confirm when the seal hunt is happening, when the seals are dying. It has to do with looking at increment or growth layers of dentine and cementum, and sort of dendrochronology on teeth and in the reverse way, because the teeth go inwards. But what it does show that we have seals that are being hunted, hard seals that are being hunted all in the spring. All samples indicate spring kill. All of them are usually adult individuals, so that are also migrations, first males, then females, then pups. So they know when to go, and they seem to be consistent with time about what they're doing. When we look at the hooded seals, these are the seals that are being hunted in the eastern settlement, but not western settlement. They're large. The migration pattern is a bit different. What happens there is they sleep on ice when they are next to eastern settlement, and they're getting they're resting before they go to East Greenland for molting and life over the summer, and they are accessible on boats on ice, and they can be speared and killed. These are also seals that would not be caught in nets. They're very strong, and even modern nets of biologists who are trying to tag them, they don't have nets strong enough to keep these animals in. It's also probably because they want to hurt them, but I think it demonstrates that dangerous large animals they are. Picture of Vatnajökull. I'll skip this, I'm sorry, but to show that the climatic changes that happened in around 1300 influenced the seals, but also influenced economy of the management of domesticates. It's an example from E74 that we've excavated a very long time ago now. We had seals, the first green bars represent the early phase, the yellow ones represent the late phase. We see that at the beginning there was quite a bit of seals, about 60%. Then they drop. This is reorganization. The building is being abandoned, site is being abandoned. Then people come back and they turn it into a shieling, and that's the yellow phase. So they start having a bit more domestic animals, which is usually sheep and goats, and the seals are no longer really brought in high amounts to the place because of so this is the graphs I was hoping you'll set your eyes for. I'll just get rid of some things. Around the same time, we've seen this increase in steel consumption and hunting. We see a change in raising cattle, sheep, and goats, and these are the main animals that we're dealing with in Iceland and Greenland. So ratios of sheep and goats to cattle indicate usually how well the farm is doing. The more cows you have, the better you're doing. The more complex sheep and goats you have, the less productive the farm is, because cattle as a status symbol is a great thing, but I also like their grass and hay of better quality than sheep and goats. So I've been using that as a sort of indicator for status and success. And I've divided this into small and medium farms, and you have the Western settlement and Eastern settlement, E172 and 64 here, Niekusat in 48, and Gus. And we're just going to look at the bars, and just it's with time on small and medium sites, sort of past this 1300 divide. The proportions of sheep and goats to cows are higher, indicating there are less cows, more sheep and goats, showing us that there is something happening. Just get rid of these now. And when we look at the ratio on large farms at Sadnet, Bratalit, and Gardar, we don't see that much is happening really. The red bars are more or less the same. So the changes are really affecting the smaller guys. And the guys that are controlling the area, they don't really see harsh things happening to them. And then we go and look at the proportions of actually sheep to goats, which also is an indicator of economy, whether they're using the animals for meat and or wool, whether they also goats are supposed to be a bit even more able to eat anything. We see a lot of changes, but in many different places. So in some places, we see that the proportions don't change. In some places, they change for various reasons. This is near Kuset, so this is a Western settlement site that seems to have declined in status. We may have a fodder shortage at near Kuset in Western settlements. That's a very small site, poor farmers site at home excavated. Perhaps the actual decrease in productivity of the grass is influencing the sheep and goat ratios, and we get more goats now. The one change that doesn't happen is again a rich farm site in Gardar. They still keep as many goats and as they kept before, and it's an even balance. That line actually indicates 1-to-1 ratio. So it seems like the sort of Viking Age economy that the Norse have brought with them, sheep and goats, cattle, it continues throughout this whole period. While in Iceland, I mean, as we all know, around 1200, it becomes, most farms start keeping so many more sheep. They're producing wool, they're producing vatmol, it's all being standardized, it's all being commercialized. At the same time, they're fishing and selling that. In Greenland, we don't see that at all. No fishing. At the beginning, they never got into fishing. They continue with their seals, and they continue their sort of Viking Age, a little bit of everything economy throughout the time period. They never export wool. It seems that probably the only only meaningful export of what they had was the wool ivory. And these are just a few other things that I'm thinking about doing in the future with the collections that I have. I haven't really had time to work on the newer stuff in the last few years, but I'm coming back to life now, and will be able to sit down and actually work with material. So I'm sorry if I took more time than I had allocated.
Thank you. Good.
Just one short thing. For the walrus, what do they eat walrus for?
I don't think they ate it. They were hunting it
Just for the ivory.
for the ivory.
So
Yeah.
they just left the meat.
Quite possibly. I mean, we know that they hunted it a little bit at the beginning when the walrus was present where the Norse settlements were. But the northern settlement is the place where they went hunting for it. And we know that from archaeological, we know that from mostly from documentary sources, but we also know that the walrus came to the settlements only in the form of ivory and the skull fragments that the ivory is sitting in. And we see that on all farms, and we see that they were processing it there. We don't see any other bones. And biologically, they were not present in that area. They had to go all the way to the north. No, question back there.
Thanks, Konrad. It's extraordinarily interesting. I was wondering if you have any new theories about why they didn't exploit the fish at the beginning, or ever really developed that and focused on seal instead, and whether it might be because it was more difficult or more dangerous to fish, or what ideas do you have now about that rapid and instantaneous change in focus in terms of their marine use?
We've got a few fish bones, so they actually got going and fishing a little bit, but this is really a handful.
Yeah.
Most of them, of course, are Arctic char that is migrating from up and down and in the lakes. And even on inland sites this year, we found a few marine fish bones. But I think it's difficult and dangerous to do that, and takes time. And they have these seals coming. They realize it very soon. That meat can also be dried. I think that's fine.
I have a question. I think you said that so that you find all the bone elements of the seal at all the sites. So there's no butchery of any kind taking place anywhere else. It's always the whole animal that's being brought to the site.
Yeah.
And what does this tell us about the time? Because if we imagine that these are sort of communal hunts organized, they go to the outer coast, and presumably it takes days at least, and then possibly weeks. But is that not a problem? You know, if you hunt an animal and you don't go home until 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you, or are they, you know, sending the carcass back home in 2 days?
Yeah, it's a good question. I did think about it. Because yeah, they at least cleansing them because we don't find any penis bones. So everything else we find except penis bones. Also, well, they may be sending it more often, but there's also a place when there's a lot of ice, right? So you have mountains of ice, and if they are hunting them on ice passively, actually, that may be helpful.
Because it's just frozen.
Or frozen or kept really cold.
And one more.
Yeah.
The harp seal and these sort of the species they don't move there on the outer coast, but the common seal, do you get that in the fjords?
Yeah, that's where they live. Yeah, so it is the one you have here all over the place, right? Like they are the only seal that actually comes out of water, and they come on land and bask.
There was one site which had significant amounts, and I wonder what that. I mean, sort of, what does that indicate to you about sort of the? Are there some sites that may not be involved to the same degree in the communal hunt and are doing their own thing? Or what does it mean?
Yeah, I think it means it's access to and ownership, because they are having pubs on land, they come and bask on land, and they do that in the same place until they're driven away. Or I think this site, yeah, I think they have access to a common seal beach somewhere, but they also participate in the hunt. Yeah. So I think it has to do with that. It's very hard for us now to know where those sealing beaches are, because the common seal is almost extinct in Greenland. It's again vulnerable seal, and it's only present in 1 or 2 areas in South Greenland. And because they've been harvested so much, they decided that they're going to have a colony about 50 kilometers up the river. So it's kind of a bit open secret where they are, because they don't want to let people where they are. They don't want to know. So it's not that difficult to find out, but that's where they are. And then, I mean, the reason for it is partly because it's the seal has never been there in large numbers, but it's also part of the Greenland national costume, which is the trousers. And they, yeah, so if you want a costume, you actually have also.
One final question. Are there any different animal bone collections from southern Greenland that could be compared to these?
Well, yeah, I was hoping with when Wendy's done, she's working on collections, on a collection from Luitsok on the outer coast area, and these are people who are living there but also hunting in that area, and hopefully maybe the new project with Christian that those 2 Inuit sites would generate. They would be used. The excavation methods will be the same. So yeah. So
yeah, the analysis of those collections are just about finished now. So that's going to be interesting. But also you have the in South Greenland is in the 1800s, because of the industrial sealing, there's a major seal crash. And so there's big famines in that period, and we see them moving over to fishing and fowling, and I think that's what we have in our collections, because I think they're rather late, because the early collections are not preserved. So maybe a bit biased towards a period of a lot of stress where they moved to fishing and found, but it's going to be interesting anyway.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And our last number for lunch is Kevin and Michele.
Well, hi, everybody. I think most of you know who we are. Michele Smith, Kevin Smith. I wanted to start out, first of all, by thanking the organizers, notably actually Orri, for inviting us to come and talk to you today about another aspect of material that is used in Norse Greenland, textiles. So how do we just, it's over here. Right? Yep. So in 2013, the Hafenref Museum of Anthropology at Brown decided to purchase a portable XRF device with the remaining funds on the first grant that I had been working on, which was the Rags to Riches grant right here, which was actually looking at the textile material from Iceland. And as the PI, I was getting more and more interested. The more I got into this, the more I was becoming interested in the question of trade of cloth across the North Atlantic, going back and forth with Europe. So at the time, I was thinking about strontium, and I got in touch with Karen Frey at the National Museum to see if she could conduct some analyses for me on Icelandic material and potentially also on the Greenlandic stuff, because I'd applied for the second grant, which was doing a comparison in the North Atlantic. It's quite difficult to say anything about trade in textiles just by looking at them. So you either need the sources or you need some kind of chemical analysis. And then when we got the XRF, it occurred to me that maybe, I know that, we use XRF to identify materials like we've already seen, stone, etc. What if we use this on cloth? And could this be done? Because it had never been done in that context. In the museum context, XRF was always used to sort of identify mordants or dyes or chemicals that, like arsenic, for example, used in conservation. So I wondered, well, could we actually use it to source the wool? Or is this a completely crazy idea? And so the story began. And so we started this. And basically what we're going to present today is sort of really preliminary results of this. And this has been going on for a long time because we needed a lot of data to figure it out. And Kevin has taken care of all the crunching of the numbers and whatnot with the XRF. And what we're going to present to you is actually textiles from Norse Greenland, both from Eastern and Western settlements, from analyses that I did in Copenhagen at the National Museum of Denmark, as well as in Greenland, look at the Greenland Museum and Archives. So it's basically between 2013 and 2018. And much of the analysis was actually done in situ while we were working on collections. I'd be analyzing, he'd be with the ray gun. And some of it was also just little fragments that we use. Now, what I want to do is just really quickly go through this, just to give you an idea. It's like, what's so great about Greenlandic textiles as opposed to the rest of the North Atlantic? Well, for one thing, you can see that Greenland has roughly between 1,000. These are, I say roughly, because every time you guys excavate, there's more coming out. So our numbers are increasing. So between 1,000 and 2,000 for Greenland, more or less. Iceland between 8,000 and 10,000, more or less. And the Faroes has a little tiny amount of 142. So that just gives you kind of an idea of how much we're talking about. We don't know really if it has to do with the size of the settlements. It could be. It has a lot to do with preservation. So there's a number of factors playing in here. The textiles that we looked at from Greenland range from the 10th to about the 15th century. On all sorts of sites, like I said, from the Eastern and Western settlement. A couple of quick textile terms, and I'm not going to bore you with this because this is not what this paper is about, but the kind of cloth that you find, we find a lot of twill. So if nobody knows what a twill is, if you have a pair of jeans or a tweed jacket you're wearing, especially a tweed jacket, is pretty close, in fact, to the medieval cloth. It's usually a 2-to-2 twill, which means it's 2 over, 2 under. And there's any variation of that of 2-to-1 twills, 2-to-3 twills. I mean, there's all kinds of different kinds of twills. This is the most common type of cloth that you find in the North Atlantic. Now, what happens is that in Iceland, the situation of cloth production is a little bit different than in Greenland in the early medieval period. And what you find is cloth production is extremely uniform, which means that every other piece of cloth is identical to the next. And you have the impression of this really intense cultural phenomena going on with cloth production, which exceeds the needs of personal consumption at the farm level. So the reason why is because they're making currency with this. So in Greenland, the situation is not at all like that. There's no evidence for currency going on for the level of standardization and kind of abundance of textiles as you find in Iceland. The other thing that you find as well is that there's a lot more variety in types of weaves. In medieval Iceland, there's really two weaves that you find. As for in Greenland, you find a whole array of stuff. You find less stuff. It seems to be much more on a domestic level. So they're using it for themselves, for their own consumption. And as a result, things are often really well made. You have like finishing and whatnot. So it's a very different kind of, basically a production that you've got. Now, everybody's heard about this, the famous Greenlandic botmal, which everybody talks about. This is the sort of difference, the big thing that comes out of Norse Greenland. This has to do with a type of cloth that is what we call weft dominant. So in textile production, if you were talking about the vertical yarns, we talk about warps. Horizontal yarns are wefts. The warp weighted loom in general gives you a textile that is warp dominant. It's just the way the technology is. In Norse Greenland, they have at the beginning of the settlement around the 1300s, they switch and they start intentionally adding more and more yarns in the weft system, which you can see here, which are these ones right here. So what they do is they put more and more of them, they beat them and they pack them in as tightly as they can. So you're making a cloth that is much more dense. The general idea behind this is it's because of the little ice age. It's a response to climate change. It's a way of making warmer cloth. And this idea was first introduced by Else Østegård. So just to give you a quick sample of the pieces that we did XRF on, these are the various sites that we did. These are the number of finds that we used in the XRF, remembering that each one was shot about 2 to 3 times, I guess. And on that note, Kevin's going to take over.
Yep. Thanks. We'll try not to trip over each other here. You know, a lot of fun. Yeah, thanks. The basic questions we had at this point were essentially, first, would the method show any promise at all, or simply allow us to characterize the soil from which the textiles were taken? Now, there's of course items, if there's soil embedded in them, is that all we're going to see? But second, if we were able to document differentiation beyond the soil chemistry, would it be possible to trace the movement of cloth within or between districts, to identify non-local textiles that have been imported to Greenland, or potentially to see mordants or other chemicals that have been used in processing the material? I'm not going to get too much into the technicalities of XRF or portable XRF. As we've heard from Sóveig, there are other approaches which are potentially better for getting deeply quantitative data, but good folks like Jette here were not really comfortable with us taking a big chunk of the Hayeur garments and powdering them and turning them into pellets and, you know, never being able to return. So the advantage of using pXRF is that it really can be done directly on the objects up to about 1 millimeter off, or in the case of small pieces, put right on top of the piece. There it is there. So that was the reason for using XRF. It's also at $30,000 to $50,000 for the equipment. It's a lot cheaper and able to be carried around to places rather than a $500,000 piece of benchtop equipment. I want to reiterate what Michele said, that the methods and the results that we're using here remain somewhat preliminary. And we're really trying to show you today a demonstration of possibilities rather than a proof of concept. We used a single instrument throughout the analyses. It was a Bruker Tracer 3D 3SD PRXF unit. The parameters and the settings are all here. You want to talk about that later. I can talk to you about why that is, or the physics of why this happens. But in essence, it's magic. You point the gun at the thing, and it sends you back a whole series of spectra that allow you to see how many elements there are in the individual specimen, and also how they respond to the XRF. So it's all magic. We exposed each sample for about 180 seconds. We did 2 to 3, sometimes 5 samples per piece, depending on the size. If it was one item that was patched 5 times, we've got the patches and all the other pieces because we wanted to see change through time. We degaussed the spectra through our Bruker's Artefacts program, and basically we're able to identify 25 elements that were repeatedly showing up in all of these pieces through initial peak analysis.
Now, the raw data that we did are photon counts per 180 seconds for all the elements. We normalized them, and those were used for all further analyses. We did not calibrate the results to weight percent or parts per million or parts per billion, given that the small size, the mass, and the thickness of these samples meant that few met the assumptions of infinite thickness that you need for fully quantitative data on pXRF. Second of all, there are no established quantifications or calibrations for wool. So the analyses are therefore heuristic. They're limited primarily to qualitative assessments of the element's presence, absence, and ubiquity, rather than their abundance or concentrations in the samples. And we use some semi-quantitative ratios of the response rates from different elements to assess variability and similarities among the samples. So we're trying to look for patterns and structures rather than trying to connect them to geological phenomena. We captured data on a wide range of elements, I said about 25, but today we're really going to focus on rubidium, uranium, strontium, and lead. These elements are not only easily taken up by plants and absorbed as part of humans or animals' diets, but they're also regularly excreted into hair and wool, where they can be monitored and are used in that way in laboratories and in nuclear reactors to be able to find them. The ratios of these elements in wool and hair reflect the uptake of these elements by animals in the course of the months between their shearings, so it's short-term changes. And the elements can be absorbed directly through accidental ingestion of soil while grazing or by drinking water, as well as indirectly when grasses and other plants that take them up during the plant's growth are ingested. So what do we find, and is any of it worth considering, or is it all just about the soil? Well, the values of the ratios of uranium to lead and rubidium to strontium. So down here, you've got rubidium strontium ratio on the y-axis, it's uranium to lead, are plotted for all of the pieces of cloth from all 10 sites in the former Eastern settlement. It's obvious that there's a lot of overlap of values, but the different sites, more importantly, individually, begin to cluster in relatively tight groupings. When the sites from the Eastern settlement are plotted in regional groupings, this becomes even clearer. So here we have E29A, Cassiarsuk, Bratalith, we have Kalorta Patinara, here's Narsak, and here's Nunatak. So 4 sites plotted against one another. Values for the textiles from each of the 3 main farms in the Cassiarsuk-Narsak region clustered tightly together with virtually no overlap, suggesting initially that each farm or each farm's grazing area might be generating its own geochemical signature. The distance from Cassiarsuk to Kalorta Patinara is just 4.5 kilometers, as the raven flies about 8 kilometers along the road. A single piece of cloth from the 4th site, E1 Nunatak, however, clusters directly within the cloud of values from E29A, raising questions about those 2 farms' relationships and how they interact with each other, which we'll come back to in a little bit. Similarly, when we focused on 4 farms located farther south in the Vatnajökull and Narsarsuaq regions, again, the textiles from each of the farms formed separate and tightly defined clusters that separate one from another based on their ratios of uranium, lead, rubidium, and strontium. And that clustering level is at the farm level is maintained even when different elemental ratios are used. In this case, zinc and copper have been substituted for rubidium and strontium down here, which not only maintains the clustering seen in the previous slide, but allows Narsarsuaq's textiles to be further separated from those recorded at Tatsivata. At first glance, patterning in the Western settlement sites appears to be less useful, although the values for individual sites still basically cluster together. However, our main concern with all of this was really whether the clustering we were seeing at the site level reflected the chemistry of the textiles or of soil that was incorporated within them. To test this, we collected soil samples from 8 separate locations at Cassiarsuk, 3 from Kalorta Patinara, 1 from an offsite location between those 2 sites, 1 from an offsite location at Italik, just north of Igaliku, and from 4 locations in and around Igaliku. And through the kindness of Christian Koch and also Jürgen Holsen and the colleagues on the Remains of Greenland project, we were also able to obtain soil samples from 5 locations at Arneborg and from 4 locations at Sandnes. We then plotted the values obtained from soil from the home field areas of these 4 farms against the textiles that had been recovered from them to see if they matched up. If they did, obviously, we're just seeing the soil inside. So here are the 12 ratios soil samples collected at 8 locations around Cassiarsa, all down here, compared to the textiles from the site, all up here. While the archaeologically recovered textiles exhibit a similar range of values and ratios of strontium and rubidium along the x-axis, they're enriched by uranium by 1 to several orders of magnitude. This is a log scale compared to the home field area soils, indicating there's virtually no overlap between the value from the site's soil and the textiles, suggesting that the textile spectra are not measuring simply soil from the sites where they were found, but more likely the geochemistry of the regions where the sheep grazed and consumed surface water. These pattern at Calorta Patinera is quite similar, with little overlap between the soil, again on the right, and the textiles over to the left. Although in this case, the rubidium strontium ratios in the textiles are lower by an order of magnitude than soil from which they're excavated, but the uranium levels are elevated in both cases, suggesting potentially that E34 sheep grazed relatively near the farm, but not directly on its home field. The levels of uranium found on the cloth from E29, E34 were initially unexpected, quite surprising, but makes sense when the site's locations are considered in relation to areas in which there is extremely high uranium in the soil, in the surface water across this region. And as can be seen here, the hills between E29A, E1, and E34 have quite high levels of natural uranium, often exceeding levels considered safe for human consumption by the US government and by the World Health Organization. The patterning is similar at Sandnes. In the Western settlement, where here again, the rubidium strontium ratios are quite different, and the uranium lead levels on the left-hand side in the textiles expand over a much larger area than the home field and in the land around the site. And jumping to Arneborg, which I will repeatedly say, Arneborg is weird. I would use another word in between, but let's just say, at Arneborg, as far into the interior of the Western settlement, the patterning is even stronger. The values of our ratios from the soil from the farm's own field are a little bit wider than at Sandnes, but the values of the textiles recovered from the site are extremely widespread and incoherent. They are just all over the place, with 2 actually matching the home field and the rest to be seen everywhere, which I'll let anyone who cares to think about that wonder what that is. Now, in fact, Arneborg does sit, so here's the textiles and there's soil, just to give you a sense of the craziness of Arneborg. Now, Arneborg does sit in an area with elevated uranium values relative to the rest of the Western settlement, but the levels of uranium, seen down at the bottom, there are an order of magnitude or so lower than in the Eastern settlement. So they're extremely low overall and don't really explain the differences that we're seeing there. Anyway, Arneborg is weird. If XRF is providing data that potentially is not simply recording soil trapped in the cloth or elements that reflect the diagenetic processes affecting the sediment from which they were excavated, the question we have then is, can we say anything from these analyses about the production and movement of textiles in Norse Greenland? Tentatively, it seems so. First of all, the values that we saw from the Eastern settlement seem to document that individual farms produced and used their own cloth with very little evidence of textiles movements between farms, which I think was unfortunate for Michele, but it does seem like a fairly interesting conclusion here. However, we do see some interesting indications of interaction between farms that may add somewhat to the picture of social interactions in the settlement areas. The red arrow that just appeared over there shows, for example, a piece of cloth that was found at Cassiarsa that doesn't match that site's geochemical signature and instead fits into the cloud of values from Calorta Patinera, suggesting that the cloth, either the cloth from E34 was brought to E29A, or perhaps more likely that a person wearing cloth from Calorta Patinera had come to Brattahlid and stayed there long enough for their clothes to be used and discarded and enter the middens there. In contrast, the black arrow that just appeared here is showing this piece of cloth that was recovered from Nunatak, E1, down here, that fits exactly within the range of values from those known from E29A up here in Cassiarsa, suggesting some force of close relationship between these sites which are located 6.5 kilometers apart. Some plausible explanations might include that Brattahlid E29A provided clothing or personnel to the farm at Nunatak, that Nunatak was a client or tenant farm of Brattahlid rather than an independent unit, or that the two farms grazed their sheep together on the same summer pastures and therefore their woolen clothes would have had the same geochemical signatures. A larger suite of textiles from E1 would obviously help to sort this out, and I really encourage all of you to collect as many textiles as you can, and I know you're trying to. But they are incredibly useful. At the same time, the elevated levels of values of uranium in the wool from both Cassiarsik and E34 suggest that both farms grazed their sheep on the hills separating the valleys between, which are extremely high in uranium in this area. In which those farms sit, and the differences in their rubidium strontium values probably suggest that they grazed on different parts or different sides of those hills rather than grazing together. As here, if these are getting the same, they may be grazing together in this zone here. Similarly, in the Vatnajökull region, there are some tentative suggestions of interactions within the district with textiles that match over here, that match some of E172 signatures recovered at Narsak and Narsarsuaq, and possibly some similar to Tatsiba-Atas at Narsak. Verifying these interactions, though, would require additional textile assemblages, again, from the areas in between, which are at the moment not sampled archaeologically for textiles. More secure, though, potentially are suggestions that Kvalsøy, which has samples of textiles with very different high uranium, low uranium elements, may have had different grazing areas here to the east in an area of high uranium surface water, possibly to the west in areas where there's almost no uranium recorded in surface water. And that Abel's farm out here probably was grazing its sheep to the southwest in an area of high uranium, where again the areas around it are not high uranium, at least in the surface water that sheep have been taking up. Now turning to the western settlement, again, things seem very different, as can be glimpsed from this graph from this image here, which is seen from the perspective of V51 sand nest. The dark blue circle there is showing home field soil chemistry for sand nest, but the dark blue diamonds and the dotted blue line are all of the textiles recovered from the site itself. These overlap considerably, but not entirely, with the distribution of textiles found at P52A from Smiarowski, suggesting either that these two farms exchanged people or textiles quite frequently, or more likely that their flocks grazed together much of the time on the hills between, potentially in an area around here. But signatures that are unique to Smiarowski's site suggest potentially grazing areas not shared with any other site yet documented. And the signature of textiles from Gus overlap considerably with those from V52A, again suggesting possibly either the use of shared pastures between these sites or of interaction between them on a fairly regular basis. Textiles from the inner end of Østmandedal and B53C, on the other hand, have no relationship to any of the other sites that we see, suggesting either that it's fairly isolated or that there are more places to be considered in between. Unexpectedly, virtually all of the textiles from the Ecosat in the circle that just appeared there overlap almost exactly with the home field soils from Sandnes V51, which is hard for me to know exactly what to make of that, although Tom, you just made an idea, yeah, whether it's a client farm or what's going on, but it's interesting that Sandnes has none of its textiles match its own home field, but this one does. So suggesting some kind of a significant relationship between them. Arneborg, as noted before, is just effing weird. About 30% of the textiles found there have signatures that overlap with those from Sandnes, which could suggest another relationship between these farms. But given the distances and that there's a lot of area in between where there may be no comparative samples, this is definitely a tenuous sort of suggestion. Now, two pieces match the signature of Arneborg's home field, but the majority show no relationship to other textiles recovered from anywhere in the Western settlement. And almost half of them have uranium levels that far exceed those from its home field. As noted before, Reykjavik is in an area that has higher uranium levels in its surface water, but they're still much lower than the eastern settlement. And oddly enough, Reykjavik's uranium-enriched textiles fall directly into the clusters from E29A, E34, and Abel's Farm in the eastern settlement. Were it not for the distances involved, we're at 450 to 700 kilometers, depending on whether you're a raven or a boat. One would be tempted to say there was an interaction between Reykjavik and those eastern settlement areas. But is that reasonable? You folks know Greenland far better than I do and have some questions to raise, but there's something going on here. At the very least, it has to be acknowledged that Reykjavik's textile signatures suggest they came from many different locations, many of which we cannot yet directly identify, showing that there's a lot more work potentially to be done, and also that Reykjavik is a place that really deserves some careful attention. It's noteworthy, in fact, that the two sites with the greatest spreads of their textiles XRF signatures are the two most peripheral settings among those we studied, Reykjavik and Herjolfsnes. Reykjavik here is in the purple, and Herjolfsnes here is in the orange, and we're comparing them here to V29A. All three farms with big churches, but located one in the middle of a densely settled area and two in areas that are very peripheral, suggesting potentially that the tight clustering of values here as compared to these may also have to do with the spread of the site of the farms which they are actually bringing into their burial sites as members of their parishes. So even so, though, Reykjavik's textiles are exceptionally diverse, which raises questions whether it was a jumping off place for travel into hunting grounds along the ice sheet, or there's another reason for going there. At Herjolfsnes, in contrast, XRF work on patches of individual garments suggests that all of the textiles we analyzed most likely came from the same general area. So here, these are all patches of the same gown, showing that within the overall cluster, they cover even one gown, and the patches for it cover about half of the area that is within the cluster of data. There are two other pleated garments from the site that are also included in this graph, and Michele is now going to turn to those to consider what else we may be able to determine by digging deeply into individual objects.
So I've been really interested in the issue of patching because a lot of the clothing in the North Atlantic is heavily patched. We did a study with Jette on the wrongly labeled Burgundian tall hat, which is not Burgundian at all. Let's just call it the Herjolfsnes tall hat testing, and in fact running AMS dates on various patches to see what we would get. And we found actually that the crown of the hat was 100 years older than the rest of it. So that was really exciting. So I did the same thing on this garment here, which is, anyways, D10585, and ran some AMS dates on all the various patches. And they're all actually pretty contemporary to each other. So it's not super exciting. And they also fall into that cluster that Kevin was showing of probably being local cloth from that region of Herjolfsnes. Then there were the other two items, and these are really interesting. These pleated garments that you find in Herjolfsnes, there's two of them. There's this one, D10590 and D6473. I'll just refer to them as the jacket and potentially the skirt, because we think it's maybe part of a skirt. And those were, they're not part of the same piece of cloth at all. Now, these were, I think, these also fall within the cluster that you described, so potentially also local. Now, the jacket, Østegard, dated at 1300 to 1400, and the skirt fragment from 1300 to 1370, more or less. She also said that the bottom one here was dyed with iron stones, which was kind of weird. Now, the interesting thing about these pleated garments is that they can be traced directly to Norway, and they're very, very typical in urban centers in Norway abundantly. In fact, Marianne Vedeler has recorded them in Trondheim, Bergen, Oslo, Tønsberg, Lødese, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that properly, Lund. I found an example at Borgund as well. She dates them much earlier to 1150 to 1250, so it can make you wonder, well, what's going on? They're making them a little later in Greenland. So the news of the fashion got there maybe a little later. Jette Hansen also did a study of these pleated garments in Bruggen and found that 49% of all textiles in her urban context are these pleated garments. They call the plissé. And I would say that this might constitute the first expression of a supposed or a kind of national costume in Norway at the time, because they're basically all over the sites. And these are some from actually Trondheim. You come across them constantly. So the big question is, what are they doing in Greenland? There's 2 of them in Greenland right now. Are they local or are they imported? Well, it would seem that they're possibly local from what we saw from the XRF. This is some really, really preliminary strontium results that we got from, I ended up doing some strontium work through Brown University, through their Department of Geochemistry. And we had taken samples of modern wool in Kasiarso, Kalopertitin, Itinera, and Gallicu. And we had done some of the archaeological samples as well that I had. And these are the results from those 2 garments. And I'm not ready to completely interpret this, but from what I can tell, they look kind of local as well. So there's another thing too, and you can explain this, Kevin, is the presence of mercury in these textiles.
Yeah, very simply, we had, like I said, 25 elements. We've done a lot more things. We've looked at here at one point, looking at chromium versus mercury here, two elements that are used in various ways in processing textiles. You can see that with regard to mercury, virtually all of the textile readings from Greenland, they've got almost none. It's just not in the groundwater. But the D6473 packed with mercury, another one from Narsak, also packed with mercury. Chromium, unfortunately, doesn't let us do much of anything. But these 2 stand out and jump out as anomalies, making them of interest.
So this is the skirt, and this is the jacket, and this is another little fragment actually from Narsak. Narsak, that's right. So what is the mercury doing in the textiles? Well, there's 2 possibilities. One, it's used as a dye. In the Middle Ages, they used cinnabar, called also vermilion, to dye clothing red. The advantage to using mineral dyes is that they're much more vibrant, they're more persistent. Normally the Norse used madder, which is a plant, tends to fade. And you can hear, I found from actually the Innsbruck manuscript from 1330, if you want to dye a garment red, whoever wants to dye whatsoever he wills red takes cinnabar and rubs it on a hard stone with alum water and uses that to dye with. And if he wants to make the red color darker, he mixes it with black dye with verdigris and adds alum there too. And then he cooks everything in lime water, takes Brazil wood and boils everything in human urine, and then probably dies because obviously this is like hugely toxic. So that's one possibility. But the other possibility is that people also used mercury in that form to treat leprosy, syphilis, and any skill ailments you might have, which you probably also end up dying, in the form of a paste that you put on your skin or you would ingest it. So it's hard to say what we're dealing with here. Are we dealing with a remedy or are we dealing with red clothes? If you're dealing with pleated garments that look Norwegian and that are bright red, whoever was wearing that was a bit of a show off, clearly, and trying to, in a sense, maybe socially point their connections to the urban centers in Norway. And that suggests an interesting dynamic of status differentiation in Norse Greenland through clothing. But if it was a remedy, then it's telling us questions about health in Norse Greenland as well. In both cases, we're assuming that the cinnabar may have been imported. But that, again, remains to be, demonstrated. And it's only, as he said, being found in 2 locations. Do you want to wrap this up?
Yeah. Try to get out of here quickly. I'm hungry.
Everybody's hungry.
Yeah. So rather than try to read out all of the conclusions here, I'd just say that what we've tried to do is to find out whether you can use this relatively simple non-destructive technique of XRF, portable XRF, to gain any information at all from textiles, or whether we're just looking at the soil chemistry. I think what I would do is I would say here are the conclusions. If you put before them, we hope we have, we think we have, we are working towards it. We feel that we've been able to do a number of things, but certainly from the sites that we've looked at, there is a disconnect between the soil chemistry and the chemistry of the textiles. We're seeming to be able to see the possibility of some level of farm level patterning on this, potentially able to see movements between, and maybe to make some useful or potentially really ridiculous suggestions of grazing areas based on this, thinking that, and hopefully that helps you folks all as you think a little bit more about Greenland, and that you remember that you know, no matter where you're looking, textiles are really important. And there's a lot of data and new ways to look at them as something that was right on the human body, as something that was essential to daily life, and that was produced from materials that were shed wool every year. So you're looking at small time intervals, getting down to human scale interactions. The last thing I would say is just, we were interested in, probably we're discovering something all of you have thought about all along, I don't know, but the idea that there's that amount of surface groundwater uranium traveling through a lot of these areas is pretty important. If you see here, the parts per billion in the hills around Kasniarsik, Nunatak, and down here into Vatnajökull is over, in many areas, more than 5 parts per billion. The World Health Organization limits you to 2 parts per billion before they consider it significant. The US government, because we don't care so much about people, allows you 20 to 30 billion parts per billion. Above those levels, you begin to see massive issues of kidney failure, and not cancer directly, but any area that has
Thyroid
this.
cancer too, apparently.
Yeah, maybe, that's true, that one. Most of these, because you're drinking it, but most of these, and although we have seen nothing that suggests that you can't wash your clothes in water like that, we've seen nothing that says, what does it mean if you're wearing clothes that have that uranium in them all day, all long? More importantly, areas that have that much uranium in the surface water have even more in the soil, in the stones. And if you are living inside houses that are tightly built of turf, stone, and soil, radon is going to be what kills you, because all of that produces the uranium decay, produces your radon, and that causes lung cancer and a whole series of others. So just something to think about, not only when you're excavating here, you need to wear a lead shield. Probably not. You're all old enough that I think you survived that. But if you're thinking about the health concerns of people living in this part of Greenland, it's something that I think ought to be at least considered and thought about down the line. But thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Wow, that was very exciting. But have you considered from where the textiles were from? I mean, some of them are from churches, and they might be wrapped from people wrapped up in textiles and brought from somewhere far away, and others are from mittens and have another kind of things.
There's a lot more contextual data that we really want to work with you on. That's why I mentioned that Herjolfsnes and the others, these places that we know are big burial churches, we're probably, the good news is we're probably sampling the parish that they're working on as opposed to the home field. And that may be why we're seeing at times the differences between these areas. And why I also showed that Grafenried is a very tight clustering, even though it's a massive church with cemeteries there. Some others are smaller sites that are showing the same levels. You know, I think, for example, East 172 doesn't have a church in it, and some of these others don't. And the tight clusters are still there. So
I would say it's probably the next step now is to look at it at that level and break it down into maybe smaller. I mean, this is a quick overview of first trial of all of this, not even convinced that this method was going to work at all, but it seems to be showing some promise. So I think the next step would be to really focus more, you know, on
and time sequences too, where there's we know a place
and work with you, for example.
I think trying to map the parishes sounds very exciting.
It does.
So see where people came from.
Yeah.
And were buried,
yeah. And then you get stuck with Arneborg, which is interesting.
Yeah. Well, there's a church site as well. And I still think that even though Sóveig just took that idea out of my head, but I still think that Arneborg is special because they are close to very nice and very fine soapstone quarries. And I think the farm simply lived on that. That was a kind of income, and they were distributing soapstone to not only the Western settlement but also the Eastern settlement. She doesn't say it, that doesn't work. Not yet.
I just wonder what happens when you plot these data on the geological map. Do you see does it spring up the different geological units? And in mind, I know the drainage pattern has some effect that you drain an area.
Right.
the streams and the drinking water to the sheep and everything, but also the grassland. At least in Norway, you see clear relationship between the grassland and where the sheep are grassing, and now they're very careful because they get certain diseases and so on if they grass too much, and then that zinc, for instance, or other elements. So I was thinking if you could pick out some of the signals you have from the geology directly.
Yeah, no, that would be,
Yeah.
that would be wonderful. Anyone who wants to send me to Greenland or us to Greenland.
Give up on that one.
Yeah, no, we can do that, but of course, the signals we're getting are from individual archaeological sites as opposed to spreading out into
Yes.
the.
But now you seem to have the patterns of grassing areas from all the
Suggestions.
or
Or
diagrams, yes,
Yes.
supposedly. But also the settlements and so on with your knowledge in your backpack, then I think you would start seeing, picking it up from geology directly.
I think so too. I
They
mean,
go really one to one.
yeah, some of these areas with the high uranium are also some of the areas that have the big sandstone deposits in through that central area. So-
Basement rocks that are very enriched in iron, so no, in lead and
Lead and
uranium.
And in fact, the ratios of lead and uranium give you a fairly good sense as well of the ages of those as decomposition project. So that's, there's so many more things to do, and also at least 21 other elements here to play with. So the next step is also a series of, multivariate statistics, but really we wanted to start out with some fairly basic, comparisons like this, just to see if there's any structure to the data. And what I feel is, at least it seems like there's structure.
Yeah.
I think it's just,
And then one more question, okay. Did anybody do systematic soil sampling and soil analysis from the excavations on frequent levels, both in time, depth, and distribution? No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Ian Simpson has got a whole bunch of soil samples from very nicely stratified deposits. Many of which are probably in plastic now because they're in cubiated tins. But I know that he's got the stuff associated with it in preparation.
okay.
So Ian Simpson would be your person to talk to. He'll be able to locate you not only with the site, but the level within site.
Which sites are necessary?
Most of the construction excavating. I mean, Konrad's been working with us.
Yeah.
With Christian, because I think Christian and I, we have collected soil and water samples to Robert Fry. Fry
Right.
for the strontium analysis. And I guess they will still, I don't know if you can use the same samples.
Why not?
Yeah.
Probably once they've modified them some.
There's pretty many samples to it. So they must have a lot of samples. And
Excellent.
Christian especially has been, he's been traveling around the area.
So the soil data you do have, where did you get that from?
We collected those on site, so we went, so we collected those, so at E29A, we collected sample, and we were not able to go down into trenches. So it's largely surface soil, but we were able to get into drainage ditches E34, the drainage ditches were clear, so we sampled inside the mid and above it, below it, and
this is basically the home field source of the immediate area around.
yeah, and then at Smiarowski, we didn't assume that we knew the exact home field of each farm, so we went the whole way across the zone there, and then took one from an area between Smiarowski and Kolotepatiner to get some offsite samples to get a sense of how they fit as well. There's a lot more work that could be done, but at least it shows it's probably worth doing it.
Absolutely. Very cool. And I also like to say, when are you bringing the magic to Iceland? Because I think one of the big questions that you've got is, as Konrad was saying, the Greenland story about captains of not too many, mostly goats.
Right.
The story for Iceland's lots and lots with time, especially in the early modern period, mostly sheep. So I think one of the big questions is going to be in terms of the areas that they're grazing, the whole dynamic of having a small number of animals that grows you pretty close to your farm under close control, maybe moving laterally between a series of shoelings that Christian has documented. And something would basically turn loose in the interior with a few leader sheep. And then what?
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that there's so many cool stuff you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
It's
have,
really cool, I think, to work also, from the wool, and then how can you work with the bone as well? I think this data needs to be, compared. It really does. Because
done, yeah.
the outside, the inside.
We have a lot of data from Iceland, which we just haven't crunched on textiles as well, from Michele's work. And I've done XRF on sheep bones from inside Sept there and from other places like that. And I wasn't really spending a lot of time on the Sept material. We immediately see, hey, here's a bunch of sheep bones that are really enriched in zinc. And here's ones that don't. So what does that mean? And just, there's so many questions, but I think that's why we also need collaborations with other folks who might have been saying, oh, zinc, well, that's because they're down on the coast eating seaweed,
Yeah.
or something like that. But then when I ran those ones to get carbon and nitrogen isotopes, there was no indication of seaweed. So, you need a lot of geological mapping. Yeah, exactly.
They need geologists.
Exactly.
I seem to recall that we had some differences in it was, we're not carbon and from our isotope project. I think some of the animals from the same farm had different signals.
Really?
Indicating that some must have grassed somewhere else. So there was some, I think that's published in our isotope.
That'd be interesting to compare that.
Yeah.
With the wool.
Yeah, and I'm sure they must have been grazing in different areas and just even the Kvalse, there's a couple.
Yeah, but some animals were kept close to the farms apparently, and others were sent out roaming in outfields.
Nice.
I'm interested to learn more about that.
In the grazing, there's a lot of things that came out of Gettysburg. Before you ate that little tiny farm, the one day I said, it's a tenant farm, it's so small, crappy. Has a very tiny home field, which has got 80% steel bones in it. And it all fell in the same spot. Those cows show up as being more marine than everybody else, but I don't think they're eating marine food. I mean, that's not enough to be showing that they're eating seaweed or something, but they've got a different signature. And I think we can tell right where they're grazing because there's nothing else. And they're grazing on top of a pile of dead seals.
Yeah, which is gonna lush green grass enriched in iodine and one of those things.
It's interesting. It's really interesting.
Yeah. Iodine and bromine are fun to look at here as well, so they give you sort of a marine signature, but we should leave it at that.
All right. I'm sure everybody's hungry.
So we have lunch. We'll be back in an hour. Fun continues. We have 3 more presentations before coffee, and after that we're going to have some. Listen to me a little bit, and we'll have a general discussion. But first on this afternoon is Elie Pinta, who's going to tell us about this about figures.
Yeah, so yesterday I was telling you a little bit more about my the dreams that I have for the future, and now it's what I've been doing for the last few years, so part of my PhD. I won't be talking too much about states today, so I'm doing something a little different. The last, I guess, year or so, I started using some tree ring data that I had been collecting when I started a few years ago, and I never really looked into the data until recently, and I think there are a few interesting things. So it's more general comments than really assured results, but yeah, and I think it's going to be a little short of the presentation, so we can have more discussion maybe after that. So this is how I organized the presentation. So starting by the most common methodology that we are using for wood analysis in the North Atlantic that Lísabet has been talking a lot this morning. And second point would be more the dendro data that I have been looking at. So 2 types, and I'll explain the methods behind this. First, the ring curvature that can be used to tell us a little more about the size of the woods that have been used, but that were used. And then the ring width that helps you better understand the conditions in which the tree grew. because, you know, depending the ecological processes in which a tree grew, the rings will be much larger or much smaller, or etc. Very briefly, so all the numbers you're going to see in the next few slides, they come from 7 sites, 3 in the Eastern Settlement and 4 in the Western Settlement. So some of the sites you heard of already through Michele and Kevin's presentation, Lísabet presentation, Konrad, and Christian, Michele. So yeah, the idea was to select a specific type of artifacts instead of looking at less sites, but all of the wood. It has good points, it has bad points. So I decided to work on vessels for the one good reasons that they are used for absolutely everything, from the day you wake, the moment you wake up to when you go to bed. They are used to eat, to make the food, to drink. They're used to store, to move things around. They can be specialized vessels used for like in dairy, cheese making, skewer, and all these kind of things. And then, of course, if you think about the bigger ones, barrels, kegs, vats, things like that, then you can start more talking about potential exports, long trades, kind of things. One thing I can tell you for sure is I'm not saying there's no barrels in Greenland, but I have never seen any. So that's something to keep in mind. Long-term exports through the North Atlantic. Yes, it did happen, but not with the, you know, the real, like the belly shape barrels. I haven't seen any of these. All right, so the first part of the work is, something we all have to go through when you do wood analysis. So the identification of the wood taxa. So yeah, you compare a lot of different features, and basically you want to know if it's more like a conifer or a deciduous tree. But again, because that's what Lísabet has been talking about this morning, she showed you all these, you know, like kind of tree that we can use to you know, like get a first idea of where the wood may have come from. The idea we work with most of the time is this North Atlantic signature in terms of wood use. And as Lísabet said again this morning, we're looking at people that primarily use driftwood and supplemented this with the local landscape, the local trees, and a few imported objects. And again, Lísabet has been saying, like, giving you a list of potential imports. I didn't put them here. For me, I just call them like exotic. Whatever is not the usual things might be the proof of import at some point. Okay. So results. Again, fairly completely different colors, but fairly the same thing that has that Lísabet has been telling you about. A lot of spruce or larch, so more towards the driftwood side of the tree, supplemented with a little bit of pine. Extremely interesting. We've been talking with Kevin and Michele about, you know, weird sites sometimes that we. So for them, it was the one in Anavik. For me, it's the one called Itinera, 40 pieces of juniper. I don't know what's happening over there. They love juniper. I've been looking at all the pollen data that has been done by colleagues. There's no reason then this site has had a special access to juniper that some others didn't have. And extremely interesting, I think, and that's why I said the presentation is a little short. I should have added a picture. Some of the staves are extremely specific staves that you find in, I think the closer word in English would be what we call a tankard. Beer, question mark, liquor of some sort, question mark. they still make the exact same vessels nowadays in Estonia, in Finland, and it's juniper staves to brew a juniper-based beer. So there is something with the juniper here. It adds smell, as you said this morning. So it also, you have it with the taste. Well, I'm just saying, I'm not saying this is the brewery. I'm just saying like there is something going on with the juniper at this site. On the right graph, that's the deciduous trees. So you see, like, you can compare it, it's like almost nothing. But it's this almost nothing I'm going to concentrate on later today. And you see, I think there is quite a lot of interesting stuff going on. I told you yesterday, I'm not very good with numbers. My supervisors tell me, like, sometimes you still need to use the tools that exist in the 21st century. And it's good because it gives you a different picture, and what we see it with just the wood identification. But as you can see, like, clearly this connection with juniper and this site, it's popping up here. You can see, and again, keep in mind that the artifacts I've looked at are specific types of artifacts, so no twigs, no nothing like that. So for me, the birch is an outsider. It doesn't mean they didn't use birch. It just means that to make vessels, either turned or hand carved or stake built, birch is definitely not used. You see also that, I don't know, maybe it's something, maybe it's not, but this site is Eastern settlement. You see it has more connections with deciduous species than some of the sites here, B51, Goose, 52A, 53D. In the Western settlements, again, less connection with deciduous trees. Might be something very, because just you don't have them as much in the landscape up in the north, but well, you can see these kind of things. Now with the rings. So the first thing I've done is using the ring curvature to, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to tell you how big the piece of tree was when the woodworkers picked it up. That's on me. I could have done it. I just did not know about this methodology when I started. So that's something I'm going to look at in the future. But basically, you have a weak, medium, and strong kind of curvature that corresponds up to the placement in the tree. It works to a certain extent, because if you get like a small branch, even the outer rings are going to be curved pretty strongly. And if you take a big beam or like a wood that, you know, like a tree of this size, then even the central rings are not going to be as strongly curved. So it's more like a general thing. The rule is like large diameter of woods will have more, like if in your assemblage you see more weakly and moderately curved rings, then you probably have to deal with more larger pieces of wood. And if it's mostly strongly curved rings, then you see, like, you know, smaller pieces of wood. So the results are here. So you can see what we would have as more like driftwood taxa around here, almost always connected with the weak curvature. So the pieces of spruce, large, some of the kinds that were picked up, we know for sure that it's probably more like the big kind, which makes sense. I mean, that's what you find in driftwood. Juniper, a lot of strong, and that's the only taxa that it's connected to this potential idea of like smaller calibers of the tree. And again, it kind of makes sense because juniper, if we say it's potentially local use, juniper in Greenland does not grow to a very large tree. So you would expect to have these very curved rings. Interestingly enough, though, there is these things. I know it's 15, it's not that much, but it just seems to say that some of the juniper that was used actually may have come from, again, I can't say you how big it was, but a little bigger. And is it big enough to be completely impossible to find in Greenland? That's one of the questions. Second thing, the growth ring. So you cannot divide. So these measurements will change depending the region of the world in which you work in. I've been reading a lot of French literature just because it's a little easier for me. What they call large is what we would call extremely. It doesn't exist for us in the north. So that's what I've been working with. So that's the data from Claire Alix, my supervisor working in Alaska. And I just thought that would be, maybe it's not working, but it works well enough. We are kind of in the same like circumpolar area. So here, the narrower the ring is, the harsher the condition in which the tree grew. And on the other side, the wider the rings are, the better the conditions were. The results here show again for spruce larch, we have trees that grew mostly in places that, yes, are harsh, but we have harsher when you look at the juniper. Sorry, here, the juniper here. So this corresponds pretty well to these hundreds of kilometers of the Siberian forests, from harsher condition in the north, much better in the south, but this gradient kind of still works. So we again have another sort of proof that yes, these species are probably the driftwood. And again, looking at juniper, extremely narrow rings, so even harsher conditions, which seems to work pretty well with Greenland. Now, interestingly, it's these kind of things here going on, because this tree here definitely did not grow in the same than those ones here. So, you know, again, Lísabet has been talking a lot of like, can we identify the imports potentially in North Greenland? And so maybe this could be a way to start seeing a little something. Yeah, so again, the idea was to use the dendro data to try to confirm or not what we could see already in the wood taxa identification. And I think it's also interesting because we had a lot of discussions with Lísabet and Dawn, and you know how when we're talking about sometimes using isotopes and stuff, these are things that can be time consuming and extremely expensive. And looking at the tree rings, it's I mean, it's not free because you still have to go there, but it's much less expensive. So it's interesting to think about it this way. The last example I want to talk about, it's this lovely little turned artifact that we got from 171. Interesting. Why? Because yeah, we said the general trends, which works almost every time with differences site by site, is a few of the taxa driftwood, some others local, some others imported. Alder grows in Greenland. You can find alder tree, not that much, but because we're in the Vatnabergi area, that potentially is one of the areas where you can find it. Now, when you think about it, so first time I was like, all right, this is alder, it's probably local. Is it possible? Because the diameter minimum of the tree this artifact is coming from is 30 centimeters. So if you've seen an alder tree, minimum 30 centimeters diameter in Greenland, I want to know where. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it's interesting to keep in mind that using the rings for these kind of things can help. You know, like not saying I still don't know where this one is coming from, but potentially not from Greenland. So I've done this with, it's just this one example, because on top of that, we're talking about an extremely, it may not look like much here, but it's an extremely well-made artifact. Turned, meaning like only specialized craft people can do it. And in the literature, this might have been the word you can design it, you can call it. And we have a lot of things going on with these in English / French. It's like the mazer, they call it. And in England or in France at the same time, these are extremely fancy vessels. With sometimes you would see like metal rims or things like that, a lot of decorations and things like that. And it's used, at least in France, mostly for drinking wine. Again, I'm not saying this at all for here, but I'm just saying like when you think about what the artifact may have been used for, then you see that it is a good looking one. It is definitely coming from a fancy place for the Norse Greenlanders. So yeah, it's yeah. I wanted to say one more thing. I cannot remember. Yes, 171 is not a high status farm at all, but we still find this an extremely good looking artifact. So with all the discussions we had in the last 2 days or this morning, it made me think of how, yes, we can define a high status site with a lot of things, but we also need to remember the day-to-day basis. Was this reused? Was this boat by these guys from a high status site? Is it what we're seeing here? Is it a second use, or was it imported and bought by these guys? It's all these questions you can start asking, and to see, yeah, how extensively imports and commercial activities may have reached these kind of second status farms in Greenland. And thank you, Orri, for the invitation, and thank you all. So yeah, this is it.
Thank you very much. We have time for questions.
I would say there was just a comment in the chat from Colleen. She says juniper is commonly used in gin making, just saying.
Yes.
You can also use it to make beer.
Yeah.
It helps to
keep
it preserved if you don't have hops.
Keeps it preserved. The taste is an important thing. And you can use nowadays in Finland, they brew the Sept. You can brew it with like juniper branches. It has the whole thing. So the juniper is potentially very interesting. I don't want to say that this vessel has been used to drink beer because beer making in Greenland, it's a little, yeah. I think we need to think about beer as not just grain-based, but anything that you can get the sugar from and get an alcohol content might be something we nowadays call beer. So
Cold brew wine.
yep.
Michele?
It's also used apparently medicinally for treating diarrhea and tapeworms. And did you find something about uranium?
Yeah, it exposed.
It's used in treatments for kidney failure, which happens.
See?
There you go.
Have you thought about like spiral growth? Know what that is?
I do not know actually.
When the tree is growing, is how the tree is growing, the spiral is just like this, or if it's like
yeah. Oh yeah, okay.
circular
Yes. So the paper I based the methodology on says to only use the ring that will have a weak curvature, because the how do you call it, the contraction wood, or no, so it takes out of the equation a few of the problems you may have related to the growth of the tree, if it's on a slope or if it's like next to I don't know, like highly covered in the forest, or like a more open forest and stuff. So but
spiral growth is more related to how far north it's going.
Yeah, but it's also
it's often quite old, quite many rings.
And these kind of specific trees too are important to take into account when looking at all the nicer vessels, because it means that visually you would have had like something that is different, and this may be a way to differentiate yourself also in terms of, again, not just high status, but like I like to use the example of when you eat every day, you just take one of the plate you have in your cupboards. And when I used to go to my grandma's, she always took the nice things. So you'd use the nice things for specific dinners or consumptions, and not the everyday thing. So,
like the word masur, mainly used for petular words.
Yep.
Expensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are hard now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting, this word in for like in the Old Norse text, because maybe I'm using not a greatest dictionary, but it also sounds related to maple tree. And it's
the structure in the wood.
Yeah,
maybe
the burl, tree burl, and things like that. And they are the only few passage I could find this word used in the text are when they are coming back from Vinland or this area, and they say, like, I think it's the part of the, how do you call it, the head of the ship, that was made into mussel. So yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say that in 34 is where Peter Steen Henriksen is finding a lot of his barley, so maybe it is the
It's nice.
It's what I'm sure of. It's the staves that are building. It's like, it's really they are almost like this. So you have a very fancy looking vessel in the end. A lot of them are decorated from the one from Umiviasu, from Sennes. They are extremely nicely carved. So again, yeah, it's a vessel in which you would have liked to drink something a little different than the usual. So, okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, more people. Var det mig?
It's a little bit of a mess back there.
Yeah, more dead people. Today we're going to talk about some excavations we have had in Gardar, the Bishopsea in Greenland. Excavations that took place from 2019, 21, and 22. And Jette just arrived in the middle, came home from fieldwork in the middle of August. So I'm impressed how much, well, she will present what came out. Yeah, but before that, I will give you a small overview of Gardar, well, mostly what has happened before we started. Just to give you a kind of context of what had happened and the issues we have been had to tackle before we could excavate. First of all, we have insert. So that was not it. Okay, thank you. We have a few written sources mentioning Gardar. It's not very many. There are some narratives. But and they are also mentioned in the later annals, Icelandic yearbooks, but it's not very much when you think of this was the high state to say stated farm. This was where the bishop lived. The first we have in 2011, 23, 11, 24. We know from the Icelandic yearbooks that the Bishop Arnold, the Norwegian clerk, Arnold was consecrated bishop to Greenland. It was apparently the Greenlanders themselves, according to the narrative at least, the Greenlanders themselves who went to the Norwegian king and asked him to appoint a bishop to them to go with them to Greenland. And he did. He appointed Arnold, who really didn't want to go. And according to, there are some stories about what happened to him, but according to the yearbooks, they do not tell anything about he actually went to Greenland. We know that he stayed in Norway, and a few years later, he became the first bishop of Stavanger, I think it was, Hammer, I think it was. In the first bishop we actually here went to Greenland. It's explicitly said in the yearbook he went to Greenland. That was Bishop Hayeur, who went in 1210 or 1212. We have in the Landnammer book, we know well the section that the version that was written down in the second half of the 1200s. We know that Einar took Einarsfjord, which has been identified with Ecology. It doesn't mention the name Gardar at all. And then in the second half of the 1300s, Ivar Barðarson mentioned Gardar. And that's really the first time we have it in more heavy written source. And then, of course, the very famous last written evidence of life in Greenland, the letter telling about this Icelandic couple who was married in the Valsøy Fjord Church in 1408. The letter was written in 1409 at Gardar, and that's it. Actually, that's it. We do have some early descriptions of the buildings, well, of the church and also the other buildings, and we actually have a description from 779, and that was before Anders Olsen settled in Gardar or in Ecology. You heard about Anders Olsen yesterday. Christian talked about him, but before he arrived in Ecology, Anders Arctander actually says that there were ruins. There was a whole land, a small village of ruins, and some of them were preserved up to between 2 and 3 meters in height. When then Anders Olsen settled in 1783, and when Daniel Brun visited Ecology in 1894, there were absolutely, there's only foundations left. At least from the church, you only had the foundations left. Some of the other ruins were better preserved, but if this is one of the ruins that Arctander describes as having been preserved with walls in up to 3 meters, a lot have been lost. Anders Olsen, he was really active building houses in Ecology. We also have descriptions of archaeological investigation. It was a site with a lot of ruins, and of course it attracted a lot of people who wanted to excavate. And one of the early excavations was from 1332, when the local priest, he was a priest in Hakardok in Julianehof at that time, and he went in and he made a lot of small excavation test pits around the church. And please remember all those. We don't know how large those small pits were, but there were several of them up in this area. And that's a little important for our future excavations. The main excavations took place in 1926 when Aarhus and Paul Nørlund excavated, and they managed to excavate all the central ruins, all the central buildings in the center of the home field. I mean, they did that in one summer. I mean, I think we would use 10, 20 years to do the same today. But they needed one summer, and that's it. Focus on the church. Nørlund and Rosell found they described at least 2 phases of the church. There's one of the church with a Romanesque ground plan with a choir and a nave, and then the later, which is the one we associate with the bishop's seat. That was the bishop's farm. That was church. That was the cathedral. What is a little interesting is that the first described church, the Romanesque, with the Church of the Romanesque Church, it had the same size as the other Romanesque churches in the settlements, Hayeur, Sandnes. So it was a pretty small church compared, well, thinking of that this was the bishop's church for a period. So the bishops didn't go, all the bishops came from Norway, so they were all coming from outside, and they came up to this little church. It was the same size as the church at Hayeur. So it didn't show of much, and it was first when they made those, when they extended, where they added to the choir to the east, and they added the two chapels to the north and to the south. When it happened, we do not know. I think that there's a connection between the chapels and the burghs inside the chapel, especially the burgh of the bishop, who is there in the center of the northern church. And we have dated the bishop, and the dates came up with, well, 1272, and that's with a deviation between 1223 and 1290. And we know from the Icelandic yearbooks that Bishop Olafur, he died in Greenland in 1280. So we think this was a guy who was buried in the northern chapel. He arrived in 1247, and apparently he's one of the few bishops we know a little about. And apparently he played a very important role in persuading the Greenlanders to subject to the Norwegian king. And that happened in 1262. He was sent to Greenland, and the Icelandic narratives tell that he was simply sent to make sure that the Greenlanders, they subdued to the Norwegian king, simply because you couldn't have a country, you couldn't have a people without a king. And I think, I have a feeling, but I have very little to have it in, to put it in, but I think there's a connection between the extension of the cathedral and Olafur's activities in Greenland when he was promoting king, and of course the church. It was still there, the church, but they played together, king and church, afterwards. So I think we must date the extensions of the church to the middle of the 1200s. And that's a little important for how to understand the churchyard, because it was apparently was extended in this, might have been made bigger to the east, extended to the east. In 1926, they excavated a lot of skeletons. Nørlund, as he writes, Roussel writes in his diary, that Nørlund and Ratlev, that was a conservator from the National Museum in Copenhagen, they simply started excavating with spades and 10 men, and then they just dug. And they excavated a lot of skeletons, but they brought very few home, and Dorte will tell you a little bit more about that later. So one could ask, why try to excavate a Gardar again? Well, because we think this is the most recently depopulated farms, and what we wanted was, we wanted skeletons from the late period, skeletons that were excavated with modern standards. As I told you yesterday, we have the early skeletons from 64 and from John Hindle's church, but we do not have skeletons that were dug up from before. They are all from before the Second World War. So this should be new, fresh material. Of course, the disadvantage of choosing Gardar was that it might be a selective part of the population. But at least I decided we will go for Gardar. And then I found a small, very dirty piece of paper in the archives at the National Museum. And what it shows was, this was Roussel's, and he had with a small, faintly pen written, excavated in 1926 by Nørlund. So that was the whole part of the eastern part of the cemetery, and that was exactly where I wanted to excavate as well, because Nørlund he found out that you couldn't bury people in the western side of the church because it was raised sandbed and it was at the level where there was 1 meter between the level here, and then it fell down and in more than 1 meter down here. So what the North, already the North had leveled out the fill in that area and made it, Nørland thought it was because then it made it easier to bury people. You can't dig in that. Here is this raised seabed with stones like that. It's absolutely impossible to excavate in. So I decided we have to excavate up here, and then I saw this little dirty paper that Nørland and Ussel had always done that. And if you remember the 1932 excavations, a lot of small pits up here. So we suddenly had very small space to work on. And then, but then we had this, you had the eastern side here where they excavated, but then you had a house here. We couldn't excavate. They couldn't do anything under that house. And I thought, we can do it because it has gone, the house has gone. So that was what we were heading at in 2019. And I think I will leave it to Dorte, to continue here.
Okay, so I can start by telling you about the first field season, which was actually your field season. But anyway, so I just want to start by saying that what I'm going to present is kind of an overview presentation of what we found for the excavations, because we are not at all in the stage where we can interpret about any of the data, and we are still missing, of course, the bones from this year's season, because they arrived in Copenhagen, the bones that we lifted, but they haven't been cleaned and I haven't looked at them. So some of the observations that have put in for the 2022 season are kind of observations we did in the field while excavating for the bones. But the first of this kind of modern excavation at the cemetery was started in 2019, and it was a field school, the Arctic Vikings Field School, collaboration between the National Museum of Denmark and the National Museum in Nuuk, the Greenland National Museum, and also the Department of Forensic Medicine in Copenhagen, which is Niels Lønnerup. He's not here today, but he's kind of collaborating with Jette and me on these kind of Norse skeletons. As you can see, nice picture of the students involved, but also the kind of excavation assistants and helpers. And you can see some familiar faces, Christian, Konrad, Michele, so several of those sitting here today actually attended this part of this excavation. So this was the trench that was opened, as Jette explained, just north of the area where we knew that Paul Nørland had been, and there had been a house right there that was gone. And this was what they found. So there was 7 graves with skeletons in them, and there was a bone heap. So that's a pit of kind of loose ground bones just intermingled. And they lifted 5 skeletons or parts of kind of partly preserved skeletons in graves, and left these 2 graves, and the bone pit was left. This over here was interpreted as a modern fill, as you can see that it was kind of, cutting, at least some of the feet seemed to be cut. And this is really upper layers. It's just 20-25 centimeters below the modern surface. So they were just right beneath the surface, the skeletons. COVID happened in 2020. I was on maternity leave also, so that was pretty nice. So in 2021, I was ready, and I kind of took over the excavation and had a team of both students and archaeologists with me. And we managed to, we opened up what you see in red here. So that was the trench that we opened up in 2021, because these are the 2019 trench, and this was all described as a modern disturbance. So we thought, okay, we'll just, really focus on this area where we know that there are skeletons. So, and these you see here are the skeletons that they found in, or the graves they found in 2019. So this was what we found in 2021. We found a lot of graves, 20 graves, 2 bone heaps. The bone heaps are those that you see in the kind of the pink coloring. This was the bone heap from 19 that wasn't lifted. So we lifted some of the bones, or some of the bones in graves. We left some because they were cut by the western border. So we thought, okay, we're going to leave them for now. Maybe we'll return and we'll see what happens next year. So we left some of these that were cut for Europe. This is just feet sticking out and lower legs. Yeah. And this is what we found when we returned this season. Again, a wonderful team. This is a funny picture because this was the only one where we actually had the 4 of us in there. But as you can see, we're very happy. It was a very nice team to excavate it. But this year we emptied the trench. We hit subsoil and we excavated 35 new graves and 4 bone heaps and lifted all that we could get. So for those that we had that were kind of cut by the western border, we just took up half skeletons. Some of them we tried to kind of, you know, if you could get at least some more, we kind of dug in a bit for a pit on the French border, but we lifted those kind of half skeletons. So this is an overview of all graves that have been found in this area. As you can see, they're kind of densely packed. There are some areas actually with no skeletons in them, but I'll return to that because that might have an explanation. I've done kind of a summary for kind of the preliminary studies of the skeletons there. So I've sexed them, and we have in total 58 individuals in these graves. This might be that's actually 58 in situ skeletons, so that's 58 graves. There might be a few more graves when we kind of get into detail to all of this data, but we have at least 58 in situ skeletons. And of these, we have 7 that are females, and we have 34 that are males. We have 17 that are unknown, but the reason for this is these numbers in red from this year, we haven't analyzed them yet. So this is something that will change. We have at least 1 from last year that we couldn't sex because it was too badly preserved. But this number will change when we get to look at it. My feeling was in general that they were really male morphology, most of the skeletons that we looked at. There was none of these that we haven't sexed that I thought might be a female. So I think this number will probably rise a bit when we get to look at it. For the aging of the skeletons, we only have 2 individuals that are below 16. 16 is when the fusion within the pelvic area happens, and that's when we kind of think they are mature enough and they are considered adults, kind of, you know, developmentally for the skeleton. So 2 are below 16 would be considered as children, and we have just 1 young adult, 11 that are kind of middle-aged, 25 to 50, and then we have 15 that are above 50 years, also old individuals. We still have, of course, a lot of those that we collected this year that we haven't sexed, because we need to get to look at the skeletons to do that. So this will change as well, the kind of the proportions of those. We looked at the arm positions. So in South Scandinavia, Sweden and Denmark, we can look at the position of the individual's arms in the graves. That's kind of an indication of chronology, because we know that it changes throughout the medieval period, that they kind of bury people with their starting off with a position A, which are kind of arms at the sides of the individual, and then the hands kind of moves up and arms moves up. So at the end with the D position, you'll have the arms kind of crossed over the breast area. And that's kind of a chronology that are relative, of course. But if you find an A position, it's probably kind of early medieval period. And if you have the Ds, it's later. So looking at those, we have none of these early arm positions. We have 5 that are with B arm positions, 16 with the C arm positions, which will bring us in the kind of 1200s and onwards. And then we have 8 with the D arm position. We have 29 where we could not record the arm positions because it was not preserved. So only half skeletons or just the arms not preserved. And I looked at the preservation as well. We have 22 with poor preservation, 24 with kind of intermediate, and 12 with good preservation. And that kind of says it all, that it's pretty badly preserved. And the degree of preservation is kind of assessed according to how fragmented it is, but also the surface of the bone, if it's kind of crumbling, and the texture as well. It doesn't have anything to do with how much is preserved, because you can have just a set of feet there cut by everything else, but very well preserved feet, but the rest of the skeleton is not there. So this is purely kind of the texture of the bone. So yeah. Yeah. So getting a bit more into detail with some of this stuff, the degree of preservation, I've plotted those different categories of preservation in the plot there. And as you can see, it's kind of spread out. It's not like one area of the cemetery is better preserved than the others. Not as we can see now, but if you do statistics, it might change a bit. But as you can see, there are quite a few that are well preserved down here in this area. And just to show you kind of the degree of preservation, how it could be differently, this would be considered really poorly preserved, and you're probably not able to see what it is. But here you have the mandible, so the teeth of an individual right there. You have the upper arm, and you have a bit of ribs sticking out here. So that's the upper body torso of an individual. This is kind of intermediate, probably almost poorly preserved, but you can see kind of the bones lying there, but it's really badly for the surface. It's kind of scraping off, or it's kind of, flaking a lot, the different bones. And this is one of the better preserved, the well-preserved skeleton. Of course, it's disturbed. The skull is probably, this individual skull is probably lying there because it was cut by something else, and then kind of, the bones are landing in the grave afterwards. But yes, you can see very well preserved skeleton. So this is back to the arm positions. So there's a development from the A arm positions onto the D arm position, and there's a chronology in there as well. Plotting those with different arm positions, we see this map, a lot with unknown arm position, of course. And yes, you can see they're kind of spread throughout the map as well. And here, just to show you the different arm positions, again, it might be a bit difficult to see, but this is a B arm position. We had none of the A. This is a B where you have just a bit of a bending on the forearm, and you have a hand across the pelvic area. You have a C arm position, at least for the one side. I think this is probably cut by something else, but here you have the C arm position where you have the forearm on top of the stomach area. This is actually a mix between a B and a C. We had several of these, which are quite interesting, where you have kind of the arms are not just, or the hand not just above the pelvic, but they're kind of crossed over the kind of the stomach area. And then this is a D arm position where you have the bending and you have the hands on the chest area. Yeah, which I think that is really, really interesting for this trench is that we have only 2 children there. If this, as I said yesterday, if you have a normal population, you have 40% probably subadults. We only have 2 out of these 58 individuals. So that's really, really not a lot. I've just indicated where they were lying. This one, the AP, grave AP, is this one right here. It was lying on top of an adult, but they're not buried together because we can see that there's quite a lot of fill in between them, and there's stones in between the 2 skeletons, but they were probably put into the same pit, but a pit that might have been open for a while, a pit that was kind of covered a bit, and then another one was put in the pit as well. I'm going to come back to that because that's a phenomenon we see in different areas of the cemetery. But this individual, you have the teeth, so you can give kind of a good aging of the individual, and it was about 6 to 8 years old when it died. Badly preserved. We have the legs as well, but it's pretty badly preserved. And there was not enough to actually detect an arm position there because the forearms were gone, so you just had the upper arm. The other chart we have is a bit more interesting. It's not interesting, but anyway, this was the chart there. And I put in the adult that it was placed with because these were actually buried together. I don't know if you can see, but this is the skull. Here you have the back of the skull, so the occipital bone right there, and then you have the mandible of the child. You have an arm right here, and you have the forearm that bend a bit, so probably a D arm position, a bit of ribs, and you have a bit of a long bone there that might be the femur. So this was lying really on top of that adult, and they were probably buried together. You can kind of see that it was kind of in the shoulder region under the breast area. Actually, we could see that it was as if the kind of the forearm of the adult was on top of the bones of the subadult as well. So they were probably put in together. This is a really bad picture, but what was quite interesting with this subadult was that it had the enamel hypoplasia of the teeth, really severe lines of the teeth. So that's a thing that indicates a period of stress in childhood. So if you have some kind of stress, you're sick for a while, or you have, you don't get enough to eat, then the kind of normal development of the enamel on the tooth, when it develops in the mandible, will stop. And then when it erupts, you'll see these lines in the teeth. And it has severe, several and really, really severe of the lines in the teeth. So before it died, it had, several periods of life with really disease or starvation or whatever. So that's quite interesting. And it was 6 to 7 years old when it died. Another interesting find was from the 2021 excavation. The individual down there was found in a wooden coffin, and it's not very well preserved, but it's there. So there's a bit of indication kind of the sides, wooden planks. And you could see, again, it might be a really bad picture, but you could see kind of the wood lying, kind of a plank lying on top of the bones right here. And you could also see when you kind of removed the skeleton, there was kind of wood underneath it as well. Right underneath, when we removed the skeleton, or what we could remove of it, because there was so hardly anything left. It's just, a bit of long bones, but it's mostly kind of shadows, and it's really, really crushed. But underneath, we found these stones. There was nothing underneath it. They were just there, and they were seemed kind of to be placed with really, really flat stones. What's interesting is we had this radiocarbon dated, and it's really, really early. So this is actually the 11th century. So an early grave. Yeah. So what I said, I mentioned something about pits being reused properly. And we have several places in this really small trench where we have these pits where we have several individuals that were put directly on top of each other. So you have kind of the feet rubbing against the feet. So here you have the feet and the legs. So they're just lying on top of each other. This is one of the examples down here, where you have a bone heap on top of it, and then you have these 4 graves that just are put right on top of each other with almost no soil in between, or just a few stones in between. This is the example. So this is the upper layers. So the first, the D grave and the G grave, and you can see how the legs of the D with the skull, and then you have the femurs of another one just intermingled. So they're just completely on top of each other. And this is the next 2 graves that were found just, when we removed these, we found these. So just, femur and a femur, and there's not hardly no soil in between. So talk to Jette, and we think that this might have been, pits that they opened up during the fall, because they knew that the winter was coming. It's difficult to actually cut a pit if it's frozen, and then you'll have the pit open, and then when people die during the winter, you'll put people in and maybe drizzle something over, and then you'll have another one put in. Or maybe they'll keep the dead somewhere else, during the winter, and then when spring comes, they'll have a pit opened, and then they'll bury those that had died. So of course we'll try to have them dated, those that are found in the same pit, to see if there's the same dating of them. But it's quite interesting, and I guess you know that from elsewhere as well, Iceland probably, and there are descriptions of how in kind of modern times that they'll keep their dead somewhere else, and then they'll rebury them when summer comes or spring comes. The bone heaps, these are pits that were cut, and there was just, you know, loose bones put in there. There's no indication of it's the same individual's bones that were put in there. So it's just, you know, there's so much, you know, burial activity here. So if you hit a grave when you bury someone else, you'll have the bones, and then you'll put them in a pit, you know, next to it or whatever, just to bury them somewhere. So these are some of the examples of this. This is the bone heap E that was just on top of that one I showed before with the well-preserved skull. So these kind of bones were just, you know, put in there, kind of in a heap, collected. So just I guess a result of burial activity that was really great. So back to explaining why there might be areas where we don't have graves. We found these stones this year, and we're not really sure whether they are remains maybe of a kind of a cemetery enclosure. So signs of this kind of enhancement or extra, you know, the size of the cemetery area must have been changed maybe over time, we don't know, or it could be remains of the modern building that was there. So we still need to, we haven't, you know, gotten to talk about all of these findings yet. So Jette and I need to sit down and have a talk. But as you can see, it's kind of cut into, or the graves are cut. This is very different soil that we found here. It was really stony and gravel and stuff like that, that these skeletons in this side were buried into. And here we have really fine, silty, dark soil that these stones were put into. So there's a difference there at least. I'm really good with graves, but I'm not very good with kind of stone structures and stuff like that. So I need other people to interpret about that. But interesting it is. Yeah. So we reached the subsoil, and that was kind of the aim, you must say, of this excavation round, because we needed to finish this trench, and we hit the subsoil. So we were happy. So we found this really gravelly, really stony, probably what you said, kind of a seabed or something like that, sandy, gravelly part. And you can see that it's right there, and you have grave fill on top of it. We had some graves we could see really clearly was cut, or the grave was kind of put into this subsoil, like this one you have here. You can almost see that it's kind of a bit below the surface area of the subsoil. And we got, you know, dug some pits in there, you know, made some profiles, and we could see that there was no skeletons left. And I know that Paul Nørlund had described, I think in his diary, that he had hit this at one point, and it must have been impossible to bury people within there, and it was almost impossible to have the profile done in there. So it was not really very nice for burying people. So I've had this made. It's not finished. I haven't put in the leveling or anything at all, but just to show you the complexity within a really small trench that was 12 square meters. So the stratigraphic layers, we have at least 10 graves that are kind of relating to each other stratigraphically. So there are a lot of fun things to do with this later. Some of these graves we had radio calculated. So from these two are from the 2019 excavation, and these in the red are from last year's excavation. So we had those radiocarbon dated. And yeah, they show really broad span of datings. These two were those from 19, so that's really the upper layers of graves that we have. And one of them says most likely first part of the 1400s, and the other one says the late 1300s. So that's kind of the upper limit. Then we have some that kind of fall in probably the 1200s. And then we have that wooden coffin that kind of sticks out, being really early dating, kind of first half of the the 11th century. So, but it seems as if we have it all covered, the settlement period. So, but this one is really interesting, and I think we need to discuss that a bit yet. Yeah, when we get time. We also had some stable isotope studies done on the skeletons that we had excavated, in 19 and in 21. And as you can see, they fall. So that's the carbon 13, and we have the nitrogen 15 up here. And some of them look really alike, but that really late skeleton that we have falls right there. And those that were here yesterday, remember that I showed this, which is the Icelandic and Greenlandic isotope studies that have been done on skeletons. And what we have is we have a group that falls right here. And we have that one later one that falls there. And it's really just falls within the same as we see for the other Greenlandic skeletons, that these are the late Greenlandic skeletons with these darker markings. And that's also where the later one we have fall. And these kind of intermediate are also those that are kind of for intermediate dating. That's again shows us this change in diet that I don't want to explain, but some of you probably know that they changed the diet to more marine based. During our excavation, we were focusing on securing samples and data for additional studies, because we know we remove stuff, of course, when we excavate, but to have samples for later research is really important. This is chemists from the National Museum in Denmark. They were visiting with all their equipment and stuff like that. And we were sampling sterile teeth and soil in the rib area, but also a small piece of bone of ribs, because we have a collaboration. We're trying to find funding to do studies of infectious diseases. We know that DNA studies, pathogen can be used for that, but also we're trying to have a method developed for lipid biomarkers to detect mycobacterial diseases, leprosy and TB specifically, because they have this, their cell has kind of a membrane, and within this membrane we have lipids, and lipids are really badly, they're really well preserved, I might say, so they are good at actually analyzing them. So we're trying to have a method where we can look at these lipid biomarkers for identifying these diseases. So we're sampling for that. And then we had Henning right there. He's a chemist, and he was measuring humidity and the temperature in this trench. And he had equipment there from last year, and they're monitoring the trends to see fluctuations in these different, both temperature and humidity, to look at, for instance, these climate change, because we can see from some of the pictures of Nørlunds in the 1920s that they have wooden coffins that are really nicely preserved. There are actually some notes, and they found textiles, for example, and we find really badly preserved skeletons. So something happened within this period. So of course, this is something to study further for the climate change and how it affects cultural heritage. So just for summary, this is not a conclusion, this is a summary, because we have nothing to conclude on yet, because this is just preliminary. But we have remains of these 58 skeletons in situ in graves, and we have several more individuals represented by loose found bones. So how many individuals we actually will find within this trench is still unknown. We need to count all these possible loose individuals in there as well. We have a lot of old males. It's really a selected group of individuals that were buried in here. 2 children of these 58, that's way too little. So it's not representing the kind of the population that lived there. It was a selective group, and we have talked about different stuff, maybe males connected to the church somehow. It would be a likely explanation. We have a lot of these kind of C and D arm positions, so later burials, probably from first half of 1200s and onwards, but we have this one at least with the wooden coffin that sticks out. And radiocarbon, they show the broad span and a really high burial density in the area. So I want to thank you, and I thank you showing this picture, because this is kind of know what happened, fun days and people all over. And this is kind of a normal situation where we have all of these interested people and people that wanted to collaborate that visited. We have the chemist from the National Museum in Denmark. We have a photographer, brilliant photographer from the National Museum of Denmark as well, to take some really nice pictures. We have the crew. We have Arneborg right there. She's a UNESCO site ranger, so she was visiting as well. And I'm talking to a guide that was there with a cruise ship. So that's kind of, things going on. So, but there's a lot of people, of course, that made this happen, that we're actually able to excavate here is really, really unique. So the institutions behind, and of course, the funding agents. So thank you.
Thank you.
One question. No. I explained it all.
So, and it is very interesting, this early 11th century individual there.
Yeah.
So what do you think are the implications of that find for your model since yesterday?
Yeah, I wouldn't know, because it makes it all, it doesn't help a lot because it's very confusing. Also, again, it's because I need to have kind of the mean age at death, and it's not really represented by all these older males. So I probably cannot use them for that sense. And then I have again the dating of the cemetery, and we need to know when was it actually, if there was an expansion of the cemetery area, when did that happen? So that makes it really, really confusing, because it means a lot, both for the burial density that we see here, which probably is it's not representative of the entire cemetery, because there's so many burials within this area, and it probably was the nice place to be buried. So that will change a lot. And then we need to know, of course, how large was the cemetery. So it really confuses it. And it makes me a bit worried, because if this happened, a lot of the places that we're looking at, this is not a good sign, but hopefully this was really a special place. But unfortunately, it's not possible probably to excavate anywhere else, because it's all destroyed by the activities that have been there. So so it's a problem. Yeah.
Thank you. And for our final number, it's Christian and Michele.
Yes, thank you. And this talk will be returning to Angeles Farm. But before we do that, I just wanted to say a few words about what we've seen today. But I think it's been absolutely amazing. And so I want to thank Orri for dreaming up and realizing the project. And I want to thank you guys that have done all the research on the artifacts. It's been so wonderful having you come to Greenland to invade Michael's office for a long time, and we had good times, and it really means a lot to us. And it's also, I'd say, it's fantastic to see how you can use old collections as well. I mean, it's like there's a reason we're keeping them around. So, and I think you've shown all of you that you can do amazing stuff from the wood to the textile to the stone. So yeah, it's wonderful to follow the process, and I really enjoyed working with all of you. I learned a lot as well along the way. So I think we all did. So thank you, all of you, for that. I'm just going to dive down into Angeles Farm here, because it's we are thinking of that being our contribution for this one, and I'm mainly going to talk about the features there, which is what I've been doing, and Michael then already presented something about artifacts, and Konrad about the Middle Expedition. So it maybe seem a little on the side of some of the things we talk about today, but I think in the end you will actually see why it makes sense to think about this in this context. So it started out just a bit of research history. When the site was pointed out to us by this farmer Enderland, we named the site after in 2005 while I was working as a student on Jette's Vandekøbing project. And at that time we only had the 4 ruins there, and in my dissertation I interpreted it as a shield because there was no farm there. kind of a weird one, in a weird place, so it didn't make sense, and it turned out well, it's because it was a machine, so that's nice. And then Michael explained how the hydro plant, they had plans to extend the hydro plant, so they wanted to make a road along this ridge here, just over the swampy area. So we went in to do some rescue excavation of some of the ruins. This can't really be excavated, you'll see that in a minute. We then excavate these two, and the number 4 was not going to be impacted. But while we were moving around, and as Michael said, we were, realized there's actually a farm up there. And we've been picking up, we've been just walking around side, and we picked up a few nails up there, but they looked so modern that we thought they were sort of from the sheep farming period. So we just like tossing away noise. We realized later on, because once we started looking, there was of course a lot of artifacts. It's funny to go out there, like Michael told you. And then we also started finding more features of sort of building up an entire farm with all the buildings that you need to have. And but some of them also a little bit unusual. So I'm just going to take you through the buildings very soon, starting now, so you get an idea about what's going on in this place, and I'll keep it tight. So the first one was noticed with the circular enclosure with a wall running up to the cliff. So a herding feature, the mouth of a valley where you come up from one direction. And of course, there's really no soil here, so there's nothing to excavate. So we just documented this in detail and moved on, but this was going to be removed. Oh, I think this is like 12 meters internal. There was a small building that was going to be impacted, so we excavated that. And so we have some nice details of how a building like this was built. I'm not going to go into details, but you can see how here it is. The problem was here that it was kind of appears to have been waterlogged. So everything was mushed around, and there was iron formations all over the place. So these small tubes where iron is formed. And in general, the whole place is just like filled with iron. Maybe that's why we have really nice iron precipitation here. So the stream, is completely red. That's running through the mire, and that's what we were drinking. We were excavating. So in the end, we were sweating red, like when my t-shirt was sweating. It's kind of creepy. But anyway, so we had a full building, and we actually have some dates from that one. Sorry, there was also like a fireplace going on in the latest phase of it. But again, you see it's sort of like all been washed out a bit. But it's kind of nice because we haven't excavated a lot of these sort of freestanding outbuildings in Greenland, and we haven't even dated any. So it's quite nice to be able to do that. And as you see here, the date came out rather late for this one. Probably, late 13th or into 14th century. And those were actually the earliest dates. So this was added sort of in the end of the farm. Doesn't seem to be any earlier phases in this building. And then we also got to excavate an enclosure. Number 3 is along the farm, and that's just been filled with the Aeolian sand that we were finding on top of the farm mount. So this was just shoveling. There's like no cultural layers, basically all the way down. So a lot of shoveling. So we were running out of time, so we just targeted the walls, which are made in a little bit different way than we see in other places, because it's like big boulders that have been just tipped up rather than building in courses. They use these, and that's not something we normally see, but we did see it at another site that we excavated further up the valley. And then there was this weird feature. I don't know if you have any ideas. It looks like a box fireplace to me, but why we would have that in an enclosure, I don't know. There wasn't any charcoal. There wasn't any signs of the stones have been burned. So it's just like this nice stone-built box. Maybe Inuit using it as a shelter after it had been abandoned, but it seemed to be contemporary with the lowest part of it. I mean, it wasn't sitting in sand or the Aeolian sand. So we don't know.
Maybe for water.
Yeah, because you can put in a skin or something and then have it as a trowel. Yeah, good idea. Then we had and Konrad was talking about the drying of seal on the inland sites, and there you have one of those stone-built storehouses, very small. There's no scale on this, but it's only like 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, and it's sort of sitting on this hill with exposed from wind from all directions. So the general idea is the areas you have in the winter, it's blowing from the ice, it's dry and cold, and in the summer it's blowing from the other direction, from the fjord, and it's sort of more humid, and they then place the buildings to accommodate. So this is a very nice placing. You know, when you look at it, it looks to be a lot of stone, but really it isn't. So it's difficult to imagine that this was like a big stone building, and something I've been thinking about for a while. How many stones does it take to have a stone building? And I'm discussing this here with Jette in terms of the churches and all, because many places where buildings have been described as stone buildings, there's not enough stone to make a whole building. So at least not walls to any high size, right? So is that because maybe it was like maybe they were really high, maybe they were more like the Clydes and St. Kilda, just like small. So we just needed to have the meat over the floor, or was it turf on top of the stone, or there's many of ways they could have been built, but there doesn't seem to be enough stone for like man-sized buildings. And then we had these sort of actually these were pointed out by some geologists who worked there. These walls running across there's like a small divot in the mountainside there in the kettle. And they didn't really make any sense, because it's sort of they couldn't have worked as an enclosure because it's this gentle sloping mountain behind it, and there was these two, and we didn't really. So it turns out, I think that they are dams, the water management, and then the year we were working, we actually had a snow patch lying exactly here, and this picture was taken the 7th of July. And you still have the snow melting up. And when we started, it was out here, and it just slowly melting, sort of revealing the dams. And so I looked around, the area, and it turns out that a small spring coming out up here, which is from the snow of the entire sort of mountain knoll there, is melting into this and running in. So they had a small dam created there to irrigate the swamp. So it's something going on there. So maybe it's snow management, that's also a thing. And then of course we come to number 6, which is the main farmhouse, which we started working on. And you saw the picture from the excavations of the mitten, and there's quite, there's a lot of sand. We did systematic coring across. When we had the Artefacts in field school, in some places we had like almost 3 meters of Aeolian sand on top of the culture. So up on this, which also means like when we go in here, we may actually have walls in original heights then. So we're kind of hoping that, like in some of the other E64 sites that Reykjavik was excavating, we had like nicely preserved because it's just been filled with sand. But of course, out here, this is where Michael explained how they have been eroding out, and that has been accelerating, and that's why we want to work more intensively on those features. And this is just showing you the area that you saw, several rooms, and also we have we excavated a trench here during the field school and found this like turf packing. It's not like really turf wall; it's like just a bunch of turf thrown against the wall, and that's also described in some of the other farms in the area. And we have dates from the mitten hole there. So I was a little annoyed with the dates, because in this place we have 4 very similar farms lying at a similar distance in a similar landscape. And it looked to me like this is planned settlement. Right. So this is one of the places where it almost looks a bit like Iceland in some valleys, right? And it's like, so maybe these were the people moving in from the coastal area. We talked about it, these areas were being abandoned, but what happened with people? So maybe they were settled on some rich farmers' land, and these were the farms, but it turns out this was just another site with the entire history. So it starts, maybe it's a phase 2 land. Maybe it's not the one of the earliest, but there's certainly some fairly early dates from it. And there's a bit of, they were a bit mixed. So, but they cover the entire range. And so sometime into the 1300s, these farms things alive. So now we have to deal with one of these farms in a fairly shitty place that's occupied early on. So that's and this is just showing that there are minor cleans, one of the probably similar buildings. And then you have another, that's sort of the buildings in these sites are mainly, stone foundations and then pure turf wall on top. So quite a lot of the turf going into the features, where we see in other places is quite a lot of stones, but this is mainly turf structures. And these are just various outbuildings. Here's another very beautiful preserved schema, which is here. And it's quite a lot of stone, but again, it's that sort of place in the other end of the valley. So you have of course the farm out here, and then you have the one schema over here, and then sort of we come up on another area that is exposed to the wind from the ice, and then you have it. So this is where they're carrying the lovely seals, maybe fermenting in wood. And then you finally have a enclosure on the other side of the scuttery, some kind of outbuilding, and one more in front of the building. So we're up to 12 individual features, and of course in the main dwelling, there's so much going on, we have no overview, but there's a lot of stuff going on. Just to show you a little bit of the artifacts, and then one of the more interesting ones, of course, this is on the second day of the field school, where we found this walrus snout bone sticking out of the turf wall in a hinterland site. So now you have that story again. Things are moving. And I think there's quite a bit of walrus in the midden, right?
Just from excavation and observing, there are small walrus, and we're having mandibles and things like that with fusion.
Yeah. So there's something going on, right? And this is the shares that might talk about the sheep farmer found, and you put flex of it. You shouldn't do that, but we just did it. And so beautiful preservation of metal and bone, but not so much other organic. So not much wood here until you move into the wet area, then you started to get. So of course I started thinking about these sites, and the thing is, in a place like this, there actually isn't an infield. When we think about the setup of a Norse farm, you have an infield area, you have a home field boundary and all these things, and you don't here. You just have that, and I call it a swamp, and maybe that's a bit rude, but I don't want to call it a meadow either, because it's really crappy. And when you think of meadows, like frolicking sheep, and this is blind and mosquitoes and mire, horrible things. So that's why I call it a swamp farm. And then we've been working over the last several years. We've been moving out of the core settlement area and over to the more environmentally exposed sites. And what we're finding is that these are quite common. They're targeting these mires, swamps, and it's just like the buildings are islands in the swamp. So why are they doing that? Why are they? And apparently they're targeting from quite early in the settlement process. It must mean something, but just to give you an overview of some of the other sites they looked at. So this is 64A, which is one of the sites that are very comparable. So this is almost like 5500, right? You have a big farm mount thing, and then you have a couple of single buildings in front, building against some hill, and then very sort of buildings around. And this doesn't really have a phone either. 64C, one of the other farms on the line, it's really like this. There's a small patch here, but otherwise it's just a lake. And as Konrad said, the area that's wet today around 5500 may have been a pond or lake, at least it's definitely a wet area. And no home. There's another one we moved to a coastal side. This is just like Michael here is then digging in the midden in front of a small farm mount. All of the stuff you see here is just wet, a little bit nicer, almost a meadow. And if we go to the Western settlement, one of the examples, I think you've been there, Tom. And you have a farm out in a swamp, and you just have a farm out in a swamp. And then you have a storehouse and other buildings. But yeah, well, so this is what it looks like from afar. So this is the swamp with the farm, but it is actually also producing some fairly nice hay in this area. So something to think about if you move up to the 53D, which was also experiment. It's basically, again, there's no home field. The stuff here is stuff from the buildings and the midden, and then it transitions into the swamp. And Kevin Edwards and Schofield and others worked in the swampy area looking, for dates and stuff, and they were a little bit annoyed because there's almost no human fingerprint in that area. It seems like very natural. So just wrapping up, the farm is established in a land on phase 2, we think, lasted out through the settlement period. It's more like it may have been wetter, but there wasn't any, even, that doesn't change that there wasn't any home field. So we still have a farm with no home, like proper home field, but it appears to be a medium-sized farm. When we look at the artifacts, and we talk about that today, maybe that's what we're going to look into. If it looks like a normal farm, it doesn't look like a poor farm. It has the things it's supposed to have. And so similar to 171 again, right, which was also a wet farm before it was drained. And they're relatively common, as I said, and probably, these were selected for setting on farms. And one of the reasons they may have been doing this is, it's more easy to work with. You don't really, first of all, you don't really need to, you can manure, and if you see that in some of the wet areas that they're throwing out. And of course, the animals will be walking around in the spring, eating and manuring, and then you take them out into the mountains. And there was this paper on droughts recently. We think we talked about that as well. That droughts is a big problem in Greenland. Really affecting the today's sheep farmers occasionally, and it can be several years of droughts, meaning you are not producing any fodder, and these meadows, because the water content, are more resistant to those, so they're not producing as high quality hay as the normal hay fields, but at least they're producing something, but only when it's not frozen. So there's like a tipping point. So once they freeze, they can stay frozen. So what happens if you're a farmer and your meadow freezes and it doesn't thaw again at some point, right? Until after the little ice age. Long time to wait. And also thinking about what we talk about today, and all the things you need to do to, so you still need to go out and get the driftwood, the migrating seals, you need to go to the northern shieldings, and you had that in mind, this, and especially Jette and I have been thinking a lot about this labor going into the system being like one of the things that makes it really fragile. Because as you know from Dorte, there wasn't really a lot of people to take up. So what I think is going on with these farms is that it's they don't have a home field boundary wall, any of them in this area, because they're not hurting a lot of animals, and they're depending upon wild resources. So they're going for, outfield fodder, hay, leaf fodder, which is also something that's very prevalent around the farms in these areas. And these, meadows are producing like maybe the best quality hay they're getting, because it's, it doesn't take as much manpower in the period where you need to send them out on the coast. So maybe that's sort of just the way you then, modify your economy, and why maybe that's why we have so many seal and walrus bones. And this is actually these are some of the people who are working out on the coast and in the other areas when they're. So there's still a long way to go, but it was nice to see, this is actually coming together somehow, all the bits and pieces we have. And I also thought with your XRF and the sheep, because what I know today is that these people are not hurting, like they're not letting out the sheep in large numbers into the wild. They are constantly hurting them. And that's why you just need like a herder, or milkmaid, or And then you take him around and out to the shearings that I've talked so much about in my life. And that's also why you don't need a home field boundary wall, because the animals are constantly herded. And as you see here, you have enclosures encircling the site. So in the periods in the spring and the fall where you are close to the home field, that is where you're milking at night. So they sort of form the boundary. And once you know that you need those enclosures that are single features around the site, then you start finding them. And I've done that on 171 and 172 and all sites. That's just the way it's set up. So, so a lot of things to think about and to combine. I think. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do you have terrain models for Greenland? Do you have 3D terrain models? Do you have a LiDAR?
No, we don't have LiDAR. The best we have is the RTPM, which is a 2-meter resolution, satellite based.
Yeah, but otherwise you would be able to pick them out.
Yeah.
All of these structures.
Yeah, I wish we had.
Wish we
Wish we were Norwegians.
Yeah, it's a question about the very interesting talk, by the way, so thank you. It's a question about the botanical composition of the wetlands that you're talking about, because a swamp is usually used for a forest, a wet forest. But then you could have bogs, you can have sedge fields. They all have different nutritional values, different potential for different types of fodder. So I was just wondering if you haven't had a chance yet to look at the kind of the varieties of the actual macrofossils using cores from these, so that you can actually see what type of vegetation was there in the periods that the sites are dating to, and how it's maybe changed a bit over time, and actually what you're talking about, like what were they, if it was if that was the home field that they were harvesting for fodder, like this wetland area, what actually was it? You know, whether it was leaf fodder or sedge or. Yeah, I don't know if that's something that you plan to do, or if that's something that you've done a little bit of already. So I just was wanting to dig deeper a little bit into what the actual wetland was composed of.
Yeah, so we haven't done it with this side of protocols. We really want to do it here as well, but we know Paul Ledger and I've been working on that in the veterinary in general, and it's when it's basic, it looks a lot like what it looks like today. When you, as soon as you move a little away from the farms, you know, then there's very little, you know, human impact in the landscape. But otherwise, you know, they're very, of course, there's different mires. Some of them are dominated by some species, and then we see the same pattern. It depends on where you are and how wet is it, and how's the water flow and all that stuff. So I haven't done anything systematically about looking at where we have the sediment cores and where we have the other evidence to compare with. But it's a good idea to start there.
2 questions in the chat, and I pulled it up for you on there. Sorry, it's over here on this here, over here. I can't read this one because it's upside down, but you have a question from Jim and a question from Colleen, and I can't read them.
Can you ask if there's any chance whether the swarm relates to bog iron, and perhaps the site is selected for a different function there, iron debris anywhere? I don't know. No, I mean, we think there's been some earlier studies, you know, showing that the iron is not locally produced, and you know that it's impossible to make anything out of bog iron here. But I also heard, you know, some people now say, well, maybe you should take a look again. So, but I don't know a lot about iron and iron production. So, but it could be fun to see if it's possible in an area like this where you know there's so much iron in the natural environment. Maybe.
Then you would see like a massive change in the landscape, just for charcoal production.
Yeah.
I think that really.
Yeah.
I think it's
We don't see that.
unlikely.
Yeah, we don't see that.
There's no slag.
Sorry?
Yeah.
No slag.
No slag. That's true.
Yeah.
So this is Jim Wallet. He's saying, I'm curious to know if you see evidence of taking hay from these wet meadows. I'm wondering about hay drying platforms adjacent to the meadows. So in terms of the first question, no, we don't, I mean, we can't see anything directly, and then we have a look for it. Of taking hay from the meadows, we just assume they are, and also because we have a lot of places where you have a building also in the outfield associated with meadows, which are somehow drying features, or hay yards, you know, we are always discussing, you know, some of these enclosures you have, are they hay yards, are they animal pens? So it's sort of leading into the second question, but we don't really have, I haven't seen those platforms either, and of course we've been talking, especially since the expanding horizons with colleagues from Norway and Iceland about looking for these other types of features. But that's still something to do. No good answers.
Yeah, I know that Kush may change our opinion on the development of the centralized farms, especially those in the outstandard area, but still, for instance, V63, doesn't that farm has a barn, a byre?
Yeah, they do. All of them.
So they have cattle,
So they
and
have
they
some
have
cattle,
a weaving room
yeah.
and big textiles. So
They're doing all the other stuff that the
Yeah,
farms are doing, right? So it's mainly how you just set up your. But the curious thing is, and what we wanted to see is like, can we see this in the Zooarchaeology? Can we see whether these people are then having belong to those farms that have relatively more sheep and goats, and especially goats, because this is like perfect goat country with all the shrubs.
you have a large room spared for weaving, textile production. I guess that is more sheepish than goatish, isn't it?
Yeah, but apparently they're only producing for household consumption.
Yeah, mostly, yeah.
That
And
also
to
fits
the-
like why didn't they ever go into Valmont production? Well, it doesn't make any sense with the system, right?
I suspect also they were probably using a bunch of that seal skin too, which unfortunately doesn't preserve very well. If they're hunting that much seal, I'm sure that some garments are made of seal skin as well. You don't throw that stuff out. Fortunately, that's the other side of the picture that we don't have.
But I'm glad you brought it up, because I wanted to suggest that maybe we should start looking at some of the skin we have. And we did
Yeah,
talk
well,
about that
I was
before.
thinking about doing that at some
Yeah.
point, yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe we should try that again. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. We've got to prepare what the land. Let's do that.
It's great. There's ethnographic sealskin clothing from Iceland. So that we do have some sealskin that is in the museum here, and some of the boat museums as well. So people did it. I mean, this is mostly 19th century stuff, and it was done. The other question which was throughout there is, it's the dry sawn stem of being used for meat. Maybe there's a signal that you've got two on this one farm, in terms of thinking about what they're really into in terms of so they get through the winter. And if maybe they're investigating with small numbers, and they really are mostly eating a lot of seal meat. One question is there any caribou bones here?
Look at that guy.
We just excavated it this summer, so from excavating, we've seen there's plenty of antler and worked antler. There is cattle, there are sheep and goats, there's walrus more than usual. Actually, ivory pieces, which we don't find in most places. More fish than the other places, but it's mostly Arctic char. And I didn't really have time to look at those bones very carefully when we're digging. But perhaps there are caribou bones.
I mean, we excavated an Inuit summer camp down by the fjord, 5 kilometers away, and that's a caribou camp, because it's just caribou. So at least there was a caribou population up until the late 1700s in the area.
Excellent. Thank you again. So we have Bobby, and let's take the back around quickly, and then I will try to give some kind of a summary of and we can have more general discussions. So we don't hear it, we didn't get your question in now. Great, thank you. And don't want to keep you here too long, but I've been following these wonderful people in this project for 3 years. Now it's my turn to say something. And so it's a summary of my thoughts, I think, mainly over the last few years, but also I'll try to point out where the new things we've been hearing here today fit with my previous assumptions. So I think there are certain things that many of these results are things that many of us have long thought that we knew, and we now know them better. But there are also new issues and aspects that are coming to light. We're always learning new things. What I think comes out very clearly from Lísabet's research is that in Norse Greenland, ordinary households, the middling farmers, it's slightly worrying that we are really missing the dirt poor people. Even the shittiest farms have all these nice artifacts, and so that's one thing to think about. But the sort of ordinary households, non-elite households, we can say, were clearly not dependent on the imports of wood. So that obviously puts the King's Mirror's pronouncement on this issue in perspective. I don't mean that it is wrong. The upper class people who were writing this for other upper class people, they were thinking about what upper class needs were, and they were, I'm sure, and Lísabet's research supports that an upper class person in Greenland did need international trade for their needs, but for the economy, it was not essential. And so the international trade and the expeditions over to America are pretty much exclusive to the elite, it seems. There is some trickle down. Clearly, there are nice artifacts that are found on ordinary farms, but the way it looks to me, anyhow, is that it is not something that is built in the system. The system is not reliant on the flow of foreign materials to ordinary households. It's just the elite that needs this stuff, and I'm coming back to this. The extremely interesting results on the textiles, I think, are consistent with or at least actually look now, and this of course may change, but at least what I take from it is that these ordinary households are basically running a subsistence economy. They're not exchanging their basic produce, it seems, outside. So that's a difference from Iceland, it seems. But what is also clear, and of course has been clear for a long time, is that ordinary households were very dependent on long-distance resource procurement within Greenland. They needed a number of vital resources which could not be procured within the borders of their farms. And these are likely to have incurred substantial costs to these households. This, of course, is very interesting, how they solved these problems. And it seems that we are maybe dealing very roughly with sort of two kinds of long distances, the seal and caribou, which are maybe 10, 20, 30, 40 kilometers away, depending on where we are. And then there are certain resources like the driftwood and possibly the steatite that may be sourced much further away. And it is, of course, the driftwood maybe in particular that is most intriguing in this respect. If everyone in the Eastern settlement has to go at least to sort of Herjólfsnes to get their wood, it is that's a substantial cost that is added onto the what an ordinary farm needs. So I think it's useful to think about these kinds of things in these terms, because of course we can at least hope that we can model these kinds of issues. So how many trips, how often do you need to get a load of timber to run your farm? Every 5 years, every 10 years, or what is it? And for the seal and caribou, we're presumably imagining something that has to happen every year. What I think is very important is that there is very little sign of these ordinary households being involved in the international trade. I already said this. What we do have, of course, is metals. So iron and to a lesser extent copper alloys are of course found on ordinary farms. One issue here, a technical one possibly, or this technical one is the differential preservation of iron in Greenlandic soils. In Igaliku, there wasn't a single piece of iron in the very large artifact assemblage there, and I'm sure that's a chemical issue. It's taxonomic. It has to do with the chemical qualities of the soil. So there are soils in Greenland where iron simply does not preserve at all or very well. So it will be very interesting, for instance, to see the proportions coming out of Andala's farm, where the preservation is looking like it's very good. But I think the overall observation, long known, stands, of course, that compared to Iceland, for instance, the amount of iron that we find in Greenland is substantially less, and that tells us something about where the Greenlanders are in terms of their resource procurement and their access to international trade. International trade, there weren't any merchants back in Norway who had this brilliant idea of selling cheap iron to Greenlandic farmers. That's clearly not happening. But we should also not make too much out of this, because if we compare to Iceland in the 12th and 13th century, for Iceland, we don't have a lot of artifact collections, but some. There aren't really many imports either there, just keeping that in mind. We have thought quite a lot about sort of adaptation and substitutions. What are the possibilities within Greenland? I mean, was this iron, the lack of iron and lack of access to iron, was it a problem? Was it and I'm sure it was a problem, but was it a big problem? Was it possible to overcome it? Is all this steatite we are finding, is that part of the solution, that you don't need cauldrons and because you can use steatite vessels instead, or you can use wood instead. There are all kinds of solutions, of course, and in terms of vessels, we have some suggestions, at least. In terms of cutting implements, probably not. I'm not aware of any substitution that is on offer in that category. So that would probably always have been a limitation in the Greenlandic economy. So there are we can then point out sort of the vulnerabilities that are clearly in this system, although we can't be sure that every one of them was really a problem. For one thing, because there are sort of vital resources that need to be procured long distances away from the home base, clearly access to boats is a vulnerability. These people, every single household needed to have access to a boat. Maybe they own their own boats, we don't know, of course, but some sort of system that solve this problem will have to be in place. The manpower issue is, I think, also quite relevant, for particularly from the perspective of the elites, because they needed people to acquire the luxury goods they were selling back in Europe. and we saw the very interesting population reconstructions from Dorte yesterday, and I think that it really tells us that this is there's a big limitation here. It's a very small population, and if we think about the number of, say, young men, which are probably most likely to go on these kinds of long distance expeditions, they will have been just a few score at every given time. So that's a real limitation. There must have been a competition for the labor of these individuals. And Tom taught us to think about scheduling conflicts, and I think that's that clearly is a real issue in this very closed in terms of it's a system that has there don't seem to be a lot of options, let's say, in how you can solve all these things. So we can try to think constructively about those kinds of things. So many of these are not actually results; they're just sort of ongoing problems, which is what we want for our next applications, of course. Now, going a bit more theoretical, I think this looks to me can be called a prestige economy, and this is a term that many people have used and often with slightly or sometimes radically different meanings. But I do think it just catches what's going on here, and I think also that thinking in terms of spheres of exchange, which many of you will recognize from anthropological theory, is also very useful, because at least to my mind that makes perfect sense. That that's how the economy both of Greenland and Iceland in medieval times was organized, and we can think profitably in those kinds of terms. So. And this, in a prestige economy like we have in Greenland, it is just the elite that is engaged in international trade, and they do this primarily to maintain their networks abroad. So it is not for financial gain, and it is not for to obtain necessities. It is to get access to the political networks that sustain their power back home. And so basically they are using these the walrus ivory and the other exotic stuff to buy themselves attention at court back in Norway, where their which is the source of their authority, basically. And more definitely also before they become a part of the Norwegian kingdom formally. But they also, of course, they need the good stuff, the luxuries, to maintain social distance and the symbols of their status back home. So they need something to show for, being the top dogs in this system. And this, of course, includes lifestyle issues, special food, special clothes, which we should then expect to find up on the site where this is living, and which is what we do. The clients, the people who supply the goods and the labor, they do not belong to the sphere of prestige, and they are not the parties to exchange of goods, so they are not sort of involved really in them. Their bit can be called, I think, a sphere of obligation. They are obliged to do this, and they do this for what to them have looked like good reasons. So it's not that they don't get anything instead. They get protection and access to all kinds of things. And one of the issues that keeps coming up is sort of how we should imagine that these, especially the Norðursetu expeditions, the very, very long distance expeditions, how are they managed? Is it like these 16th, 17th century scholars in Iceland imagined that the big farmers in the eastern settlement, they sent their ships up north? Is it them who are organizing it, or is it more communal? Is it the ordinary people who are organizing it and then just paying a tax to the elite? We would like to know these things. Maybe we can't, but we still need to at least map the possibilities. And it seems to me that they can be both. You can imagine that they are completely centrally managed, where the bishop and his the 3 or 4 other top guys in the settlement, they just organize this and own all the boats, and or is it completely? It could be like we have in Iceland in later centuries, where the ownership of the boats is well, it's pretty distributed, even if it is of course limited to the sort of landowning class. I'm not going to go into that, but I do think that the landowning class in Greenland was probably relatively much smaller than in Iceland. But the clients, the ordinary households, they are not repaid in these luxuries which are being imported, but they do get some of these sort of non-prestigious necessities, like metal, like we see in Iceland with the whetstones. These are, I would imagine, materials that are not prestigious, and there's a need for them, and therefore it is okay to provide clients with them. It doesn't really have any political meaning, so why do the clients do this? Like I said, I think it is for protection and security. It's the security of being allowed to live on your farm, tenure. It's about access to resources. We learned from Ivar Barðarsson that the bishop or the different churches, they claim ownership of these hunting grounds around, and this is quite meaningful, of course. So there are these top dogs who claim or think they own these resources, and so therefore they are in a position to control access to them. We can have different ideas of how meaningful this was. Could they police the distant hunting grounds? Probably not, but they could maybe tax the proceeds that came out of it. And there is the issue with the boats, so who owns them, and or who can just claim to own them. And then there are things, and this is with reference to Icelandic sources, where we see, at least in the sagas, that the chieftains are very much involved in arranging things like marriages. And so you need to just keep these people good. I mean, that's the bottom line in these kinds of systems. And of course, a lot of my thinking on this is with reference to those Icelandic sources. One thing to think about is what happens in a prestige economy when you finally get a king which is sort of outside this system and at least promises to recognize certain basic rights, rights to property. And so we shouldn't forget that before the 1260s, there wasn't any authority in neither Iceland or Greenland that could guarantee the right to own property. If your chieftain was against you, you were basically fucked. And in this kind of system, but the king comes in and says, "I will protect you all. You're all equal. You're all my subjects." And that, of course, will lead to a weakening of the local elites who previously were at the top of the heap. And in Iceland, I think you can see that the elite, they hung on, but they're in the long run, and of course there wasn't any radical change in the 1260s. It took a long time for the king really to be able to make good on his promises, let's say. But in the long run, there is a weakening of the Icelandic upper class, and I wonder if in Greenland, which is just a smaller system, the elite was just undermined, and that contributed to a failure of this interlocked system where there wasn't really a lot of room for maneuver. And that takes us to my final slide. I think I'm coming at always the same things from different angles, or at least I hope they are from different angles. So I think in order to go further, there are questions, old and new, mainly old, that we should keep working at. And one is this one: could a Norse farming household subsist entirely on the resources of its farmland? In fact, we know that it is not so. They needed resources outside the borders of the farmland, but that of course raises all kinds of questions about the definitions of where does a farmland end, and what is the are there any kind of commons, and so on. Was there surplus production that supported the elite? So was the elite, did it rely on the clients for their subsistence? And I think the textile results probably suggest, well, no. In Iceland, we would expect the clients to be paying their rents in textiles, among other things, food and clothes. I mean, that's basically what it's all about. And so that is very interesting. If that's the pattern in Greenland, that people are not doing it. So, and that of course suggests that they are paying their dues in a different way. That they are through presumably the labor of the long range expeditions. And one idea that's been around for a long time, and Tom has written about this, is the question to what extent these large estates of the elite, like in Gardar and Sandnes and others, are really just huge operations where the elite is itself running big sort of magnate farms. They're sometimes called, just to support its own basic existence. So they're not really the ordinary people are not providing the food and the clothes for the elite. So that would, if that's true, then that would be a big difference from Iceland. Looking at the outfield or sort of outer coast resources, the resources that are maybe 10 to 50 kilometers away, we can, as I mentioned, we can think about sort of how should we think about the ownership of such resources, and how should we think about the organization of the use of those resources? Is it on an individual basis, which would be the Icelandic way of doing it? Is it communal in some way? Is there local organization? My guess is, for instance, that every single farm did not need to own a boat, but it is more likely that there were sort of local associations, and we can think about Scandinavian systems of defense, where local authority really begins as organizations to maintain ships, and something along those lines is quite possible. And we can also imagine that it is just the elite that's organizing everything, that they own the boats, and that they just tell people where to go. Can we tease out from the materials we are working with which of these options are more likely? I have no answers here. And scheduling, of course, is a big issue in this, because you have very few people. You need to think very carefully about where they are at any given time to maximize the outcome. And of course, the fish issue is a famous example of this. I mean, it looks pretty clear that it's not the absence of fish, it's just that it doesn't make a sense economically to exploit that particular resource, and therefore they just don't. And that, of course, is, I think, a very good indication of the tightness of this system, that there is very little sort of leeway. People aren't really free to just do what might make sense in their locality, because they are involved in some bigger organization. And then the distant hunting grounds, which has sort of similar problematics, and there, I think we should. I mean, obviously we can't know this, but we can have ideas about sort of, for instance, how regularly they were exploited. Is it something that was happening every year, or did they just go when a Norwegian merchants turned up and said we'd be happy to buy some walrus ivory of you, and then people go and organize an expedition. As we know from the descriptions, these merchants, they turn up and they stay maybe for 2, 3, 4 years, and so that's plenty of time to organize an expedition. Maybe it was like that. And how many are going? Is it just one ship, or is it 10 or 50? And that, of course, has implications for both what we think about the cull of the walrus and other sort of luxury goods, but also about the sort of possibilities of doing other things underway. Are they using these long-range expeditions to acquire other things like driftwood? Is it a kind of a byproduct of these? So is everybody benefiting from it? That would be unusual, but it can happen. So again, we can think in that case, I think individual organization is pretty unlikely, but we can still think about whether it's communal or elite that is organizing these expeditions. And here the ownership of these boats is even more critical, and we should probably imagine that they were the largest kind of boat they had available to them. Who would own all those kinds of that kind of infrastructure? And again, scheduling is even more critical in thinking about these things, and there are sort of potential conflicts with both farming and sealing schedules, and we mentioned this about the byproducts. So we have there are key issues: the resources. Where are they? What are they? What did they need? What's the manpower we have in order to obtain those resources? What's the equipment that was needed to do it? What's the time given? And I haven't talked about this, but knowledge, I think, also is vital, particularly in such a small community where, for instance, if you imagine that they're not going to Norðursetra every year, the people who have experience of those places, and they are vast, and so it's a big issue how you maintain a pool of knowledge about how to utilize these huge landscapes. So that's my loose thoughts, and next I will just open the floor for questions to me, to the speakers of today, or for anyone who wants to share ideas and knowledge.
I think one thing to throw into your, what are the issues, and is the Inuit presence, especially when you think about those long distance resources from the Discovery, because we're still producing a lot of dates, and we know that the Discovery region is pretty much fully settled by the Inuit in the 1300s. So now we have somebody actually occupying your luxury area. So how did that work out? How is it another? How much are they pushing into the resource areas? I think it's a very interesting question. Of course, we have that one, entry in the annals about an attack of the Inuit, and they killed like 20-something men, and that's a good chunk of your manpower that could go in.
Yes. Yeah, and but yes, but if you, and then you can also imagine that maybe it was a blessing if they were able to buy
if they were trading.
if they were trading, and so the evidence we find probably suggests maybe not. I don't know, at least the scavenging, or in fact, I think mostly that evidence doesn't tell us very good, but I'm tell us very much. But I'm always intrigued about the text in Hugsbók, the letter written by the priests to Norway, where they are describing this expedition they go on because people have noticed that there's this sense of another presence, and it is quite sort of eerie that there's a sudden realization in this society that there are people in an unexpected direction, and they send out an expedition and they find remains and recent remains, but they don't find any people, and they sail apparently very far north, much farther north than they were used to doing. So you get a sense in the text of the of the vastness of these landscapes, but also that they have it's sort of a curiously vague idea about even Norse itself. It seems to be sort of pretty far, and maybe it's just because it's the intellectuals who are writing, and it's written from their point of view, but still it's curious, and it really must have had an effect on just the world view, and possibly not a pleasant one.
There's been all this cool new work on walrus, and we've had I think 5 different teams that have taken a look at walrus from ancient DNA other directions, with Icelandic walrus and Greenland walrus, and this really cool walrus book, which I think you're probably all aware of, which is a wonderful synthesis where they all got together and did not fight. They actually talked to each other in a very creative fashion. Good for them. Anyway, one of the outcomes of this is a team led by James Barrett has argued, I think pretty convincingly, you're seeing resource depletion as people come to Iceland where they were walrus. They kill most of them in the first 100 years or so, and then they come to Greenland. The western walrus is that the reason they're coming, and it looks as though they're getting a bunch of walrus in the area around the settlements initially. And then they seem to be going further and further north. And James and company are arguing that they go up to Melville Bay, they go up to Thule, and that's where they finally end up. If that's true, God, is that dangerous? I mean, Melville Bay was the graveyard of ships in the 19th century. This is where the Yankee and Berkshire whalers would break up and get killed. Pretty bad news place. So the distance between going up to Disco and back is scary. I mean, we know weeks, 6-word boat kind of thing. Going further is even scarier. If you throw in some Thule people who may have really good reason not to like you, wow. So I mean, I think one of the things which we did a couple of years ago is we all had fun doing it counterfactual. How do you think of a scenario in which they survive? And the answer is mostly not. But one of them is, okay, they give up on their circuit. So they give up on contact with Europe pretty much. And they settle into subsistence hunting and sealing in the south, and maybe they interact more successfully into it, but they just sort of give up on this whole long distance trade. And we'll never know, but that looked like the one that had the best chance of survival. So, I mean, I think again, the cost of that connection to Europe for the whole society is really something which is really worth foregrounding.
Yeah, but it's also, I mean, you can also think of it sort of from, at least from the point of view of the elite, isn't that the whole point of this survey?
Exactly.
Because the elite, they even if the ordinary people are not really getting any of the good stuff, they are of course vital to produce the good. So maybe once the elites for whatever reason sort of loses its sort of Russian debt, then maybe that's all you need, and if particularly if you have some menace in an unexpected direction, and you start looking all the way back home. Yeah.
I have a question to you both people. I've heard some, I haven't forgotten, I can't recall who told me, but this story about the Norse going further north, hunting smaller female walruses. It was more a question of the quality of the walrus tusk. It seems as if, as I was told, that the Inuit actually also went for the female walruses with a smaller tusk because it was denser. And the Norse might have realized that, so it's not so much about depletion of walruses in the Disco Bay, but more that the quality was better. I don't know if that's the true story.
I think we need to get somebody who worked walrus stuff in here to talk to them. I think some of Alice's friends from Alaska could probably tell some interesting things there. Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm persuaded by James's stuff, but you have to realize it's based on a very small sample set because he's working on more or less complete maxilla, which is how you can tell male from female on the profile of the walrus tusk coming in. So I mean, the ancient DNA stuff is on a large sample, but the actual argument about sex is on a pretty small one. So I think it's interesting, but case not proven.
Erica?
There is no in Alaska that there's a preference for female walrus, no doubt, and it's because so this is from people who hunt walrus today, who carve walrus today, and there's no reason to think that it doesn't extend into prehistory. Female walrus tusk has less splinters. It's not as brittle. It doesn't break as easily. It's softer and easier to work by all reports. And you want to hunt female walruses because their hides are more usable than male walrus hides, which tend to be thick and warty. And you want to get young walrus, which are going to hang out with female walrus, because those young walrus have really good hides that are very resilient and elastic. So in fact, for Alaskan walrus hunters, there's no reason you would ever want to go hunt a male walrus. Plus, there's different, and again, I'm speaking for Pacific walrus. The habits and the way to hunt females and young and the way to hunt males would be completely different because males tend to haul out on land and females and calves tend to be on sea ice. So there's major differences, and I would imagine they hold for Atlantic walrus, but I can't speak to that.
So you both have something new?
This is someone who knows for
You
walrus.
have a new problem to solve.
Yeah, I mean, we do get penis bones. Yeah, so they are taking male walrus. Very frequently. I mean, the two pieces of walrus, as we showed for this before, that comes back is the maxilla with the tusk, some post canines that carve into things, and penis bones. So you have as many as 3 to 5 penis bones in one farm. They may have been stuck up in the wall as, coat racks, whatever. There's serious Freudian trophies going on here. So there's a lot of things going on in walrus hunting. Also interesting is all little amulets, because we have dozens of them now, or a dozen anyway. And mostly they're walrus and polar bear. And they're all made from post canines of the walrus, and they're spread all over the place. So one question about motivation is it about magic? Is it about rite of passage? Is it you can't get a wife unless you kill the walrus kind of thing? You can think of lots of ways in which societies have mobilized young men to do really self-destructive things. And we should exercise all self-destructive things and just put the whole package together. And getting the magic like this and maybe some other supernatural reward is the way people do that. And very quickly, I'll just shut down. One other thing I was supernatural was, why are the churches so big? We know there's hardly anybody home. And in fact, there's fewer and fewer the more we study them. And the church are gigantic stone constructions with church bells, with stained glass, with all the stuff. And in Iceland, which is a much bigger society, okay, they're pretty good churches too, but they're not like that. They're not these big stone constructions. They've been built especially by people sent over from Norway to build a church for you. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
We're good as
Konrad.
Yes, no, I was gonna say, we have a raised hand online, so I'm cranking up our volume and hopefully. You can hear me.
So, is it me?
Okay, talk.
Hi. I wonder if Peter Schlederman's finds on Ellesmere Island is not an example of what a real elite import. I mean, with chainmail and possibly boats, yes, boat nails, or other a variety of other things. So, I mean, there were some really high status things coming into Greenland.
And Peter's shipwreck is right where it should be
Mhm.
if they're going out water,
Mhm.
if to Julie, because there
Yeah.
should, or where the shipwreck south is Ruin Island, it's right up in that general area. It's plausible that if you have somebody going up North Water and something bad happens to them, that's what it's going to be. And I thought that Peter did a pretty good job years ago making the argument for shipwreck.
Yeah.
Those lines.
Yes, I would think so. It seems to have a real side so that.
So you wind up in with chainmail.
I'm not. Yeah, so I'll let you go comment on the.
I had this list of things to do and project, and I was thinking about thin section in Walder Steep, because when you thin section seal teeth, you can see different markers of stress, and one of them is giving birth and feeding that is recorded in the tooth. So my future sort of idea was look at all those post canines, Walder post canines that we have. We can do the same and kind of track, and that would be perhaps one of the ways we can find out, and we have quite a few.
But I'm still wondering if Peter's finds there from the middle of the 13th century, and if this depletion of the walruses made the Norse go further north, it must have been later than the mid 13th century.
Yeah, the dates don't actually fit.
So it doesn't really fit.
Yeah, but somebody's up there early, so
They are there early,
Yeah.
and I think the depleted walruses in the Disco Bay was later.
Yeah. And then we have the Dorset question, which I bet you can tell us lots more about. You go with the non-Dorset contact.
No, I was actually thinking more about Schlederman's piece of cloth there that I looked at the Canadian Museum, and we redated it actually and got a comparable date for that. But I think I also did some strontium on it, and I think it came back as Greenland.
And we also had a piece, I didn't mention it in our talk today, but we had a piece of Greenlandic textile from a site called L7 farther up the coast, Inuit site, which the XRF data plunks right down into the western settlement. And kind of matches right into Sandnes in that area. So,
But Peter's textile was it's also so it was Greenlandic, and it is also dated mid 13th century.
Yeah, we got the same date as him.
Yeah,
Exactly
exactly.
the same thing.
Well, they also went back to Nuklit on the Greenlandic side. In that area where they also found, chainmail, and they did new excavations and they found more chainmail. And now they got dates on that stuff, and that's also in the 1200s.
Just thinking, presumably on the to-do list would be the idea of getting better reconstructions for sea ice changes, because again, with them pushing so far north, quite what is the extent of the sea ice and how that changes could be a key part of the puzzle.
Call for Jim Willett.
Oh, he's there.
He's there.
He's there.
We see you, Jim.
I have a thought on this, so that more sea ice is probably more problematic than more seal and things that come with it, but mostly it's probably not a good thing. And if you also think about during the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries, the sizes of ships are getting bigger and bigger, and simply from an insurance point of view, the risk of sailing from Norway to Greenland is going to just increase. and it's going to increase dramatically. Just because if around 1200 you're going on a sort of several relatively small boats compared to what you have later, then you may lose one in 10. Then it's possibly an acceptable risk. But when you are sending just like this the King's ship, which presumably in the mid 14th century was a pretty big one, you lose it, and then that's just a big shock because you invested, you put all your money into just one infrastructure item. So increased sea ice means more dangerous sailing, obviously, and coupled with this kind of factor, this can easily lead to diminished elite interest in sort of maintaining these kinds of relations.
Plus, if you drown the people that know how to get there, it's the knowledge thing again.
There's that.
I mean, you had the drowning, but you also have them all dying of plague when it hits Bergen.
Just reading comments. So first Jim says, yikes. But then a more intelligent response, perhaps. More sea ice can be good for some animals and gives access to these animals for suitably prepared hunters. Big problem for boats, even Inuit boats. And Jim, you can unmute yourself and chat with us if you want to.
Konrad?
Another thing, I think it was maybe in the Swan Brothers saga, or I think I talked to Tom or Jette about it. There was a description of actually the people who come from Norway. Some of them are going hunting with the northern hunting grounds. So if they are coming for 4 years, 3 or 4 years, perhaps there is a suitable force of them to go with the local hunters. And that may reduce a little bit the stress on the hunters to Greenland.
This talking about these luxury items, just wanted to flag a project that I didn't speak about, but Elie Pinta, who's now the site manager of the UNESCO area, did her PhD, her master's thesis on bear traps in Greenland, which is a thing. And when we started, we didn't have a lot, but we found quite a lot of new bear traps. So it seems to be a reoccurring thing. And it's an investment, and even in South Greenland, we at least have 4 or 5 bears coming in a year, and then once you build a bear trap, it can stand they've been standing until today. So you build it one time, and then you have infrastructure that works for 1,000 years, and you may not catch a lot because they're not coming in so regularly, perhaps, but once you catch it, it's like winning the lottery. I'm guessing like one skin is actually worth enough. So it seems like this trapping is also going on around the farms, which is quite cool.
Very cool. I just wanted to add that we actually do find every once in a while bear bones in the collection, and they're not only part of the skull, but also part of the skeletal remains. But they're quite rare. That would actually fit with what Christian just said.
So are we good? I think so. It's been a long day, lots of things to digest. So I think unless there's a final question bursting out somewhere, I think we'll call it a day. And I'd like to thank all the presenters today for their excellent contributions. I look forward to contacting you all and talking about the edited volume that I was reminding you of this morning. We should maybe talk about that a little bit later. But I think it's been a wonderful day. It's been a wonderful 3 days. Great to meet old friends and catch up. And I'm exceedingly happy with the results for the Sticks and Stones project. So I just want to thank you all and remind you that we are going out for dinner tonight at Hornið. So those of you who don't know where it is, ask an Icelander or local where it is. It's just downtown at 7 o'clock. So please join us there.
And I think it's worth actually also saying thank you, Orri, and thanks it's been 3 brilliant days, and I know it's a huge amount of effort getting these things to come together, but I think perhaps on behalf of all of us, thank you, all of you, hugely for this.